Test, 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 test. Okay, getting started in just a second here. Hope everybody's doing okay. Oh, hey, sorry, how's it going? How's your weekend been? Have you been, able to recover after the test? I hope that wasn't too stressful. How is the, oh, I'm sorry, I'm blanking here. There was a new, was it a new cow that, that just arrived? Hopefully they're doing okay as well. Let's see. They're good. Well, I'm not sure if you're early or if I'm just late today. There was construction that was happening. Actually, a better way to phrase it was that my roof was being repaired. We had some issues, and so for the most part of the day, the entire house was like shaking, pounding, and filled with loud noises. And so, as much as I can enjoy that from time to time, figured it probably wouldn't be ideal for streaming purposes, so hence the reschedule. But I appreciate the flexibility. Understand if people can't make it, given that short notice, but it's appreciated. 1 second, let me just make sure that this is all live. Okay. All right, there we go. I think that's it. Test, 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 test. I think things are coming through okay. Oh, sorry, it says doing good. How are you? Also, I'm doing pretty well, thank you. I appreciate you asking. I am on a little bit of a, as you saw the stream, I usually don't have that particular window up. So my computer's been having some issues, and unfortunately my second monitor that I'm, at this point, kind of spoiled by, to be honest, is totally down. And so I am kind of scraping together the setup today just a little bit. So hopefully everything goes smoothly. I think it will. But yeah, please be patient with me as I am trying to figure out how best to handle things. Oh, you passed with flying colors. Congratulations. That must be such a relief. I'm so glad to hear that. Not surprised, but definitely very happy for you. And the new baby calf is healthy and happy. I'm so glad to hear that too. That's wonderful. Kona-kun, hey, I was wondering about you. How's it going? You're right, it has been a little while since I saw you. How's everything going on your end? It's really good to see you. I'm glad you had the chance to stop by today. Hopefully everything's going well as well for you. Are you, I feel like I saw your username come up somewhere. Was that in, like, Mount Miyaboku or maybe in Sage's server recently? I meant to say hi. But it looked like there was a conversation that was already happening, so I'm going to get started in just 1 second. Okay, so for those of you who are new to the stream, welcome. Very much appreciate you checking out the stream. Today we're going to be talking about Naruto, and specifically we're going to be talking about Multiversal Naruto, or Universal Naruto. If you're not familiar with that concept, in power scaling terms, the notion that a character is universal just refers to them being able to make enough, to create, I'm already off to a good start here, to be able to emit enough energy via an omnidirectional blast is usually the definition, to be able to destroy a universe that's equivalent to our universe. So it's basically saying they have enough power to blow up something equivalent to our universe, our known universe, that is. That can also be demonstrated through an act of creation. So it doesn't have to be like somebody blowing something up. You can demonstrate that a character is universal without them actually blowing something up specifically. Could be through other means, but at the end of the day, we're trying to determine the energy output that a character is capable of, and saying that they are universal means that they are capable of producing enough energy to destroy the universe that we live in. And then, of course, if they're multiversal, that means that they either transcend the universe and have the ability to destroy universes on an even greater scale, or at the very least, they have a universe plus multiplier. So they're able to destroy our universe and then at least one more. So 2, 3, 4, n number of universes in addition to our own. So we're going to be evaluating the claims around whether or not Naruto himself as a character is universal, let alone multiversal. And specifically, we're going to be responding to this video here by the YouTuber Noodles, who has, this is a few years old now, but the claims that he has accumulated here are claims that I still see people referencing, and some of the arguments here have come up pretty recently as well. So I do think that this stuff is still relevant. I do think it's still worth having a discussion about. As always, I like to offer the disclaimer before we get started that I will be pausing frequently and potentially cutting off things that the original creator here has said. So if you're interested in the topic, please go and watch the video in context on the creator's channel. Consider supporting the channel if you like. I am not subscribed, and I have, reasons why I don't personally support both the argumentation and the way in which it's delivered, which you'll be familiar with if you're already a fan of the channel, so to speak. But that being said, I think you should always listen to the arguments from the horse's mouth, especially if there's a chance that things might get lost in translation or whatever. So please go see this thing in context. To do a brief recap of the previous streams, the past couple of weeks we mostly talked about the Otsutsuki, the chakra fruit, the divine tree, the 10 tails, and statements surrounding the creation of the universe. We also talked briefly about Izanagi and whether or not that is basically how that works, like the mechanics of it, as well as talking about stuff like the Mangekyo Sharingan and its capabilities. We talked a little bit about some Boruto characters as well. So please feel free to go and check out those things if you are, like the previous streams if you're interested. All the VODs will always be available on the live section of my channel. And with that being said, today we are going to, don't get too freaked out about this, we're going to go through this pretty quickly. But basically today I want to start off by talking about Madara's personality, what motivates him, what characterizes him as a fighter, and also Obito, especially since Obito kind of takes on the role of Madara for a while in the story, what his philosophy is, what he cares about, what defines him as a character. Because Noodles in his video will talk about Madara's motivations and how those relate to the creation of the Infinite Tsukuyomi, and then how the Tsukuyomi relates to the idea of Multiversal Naruto. So we're going to be diving into that. This is mostly a loose collection of different individual scans that we can scan over pretty quickly. They're like individual things that Madara has said. For example, like, what can we glean about Madara's personality from just this panel alone, right? Like, he's being pragmatic, but he's also sort of enjoying the battle in and of itself. Mostly this is just here for my personal notes. Really, the primary source that I'd like to use is actually going through some of the chapters. And so I've pulled up a few examples of different scenes where we can learn quite a bit about Madara. And this will be our sort of primary line of inquiry. So maybe the first hour and a half of the stream will be dedicated to talking about Madara and Obito, and then I'll try to get through the rest of the video in the remaining time. Fingers crossed we can, but like most of the major arguments have already been established at this point. It's mostly just a recap in addition to the stuff about Madara. So I think we can get through it tonight. But let me catch up on comments here. Konakun says, I'd had exams, so I was really busy. Oh, okay. Yeah, totally understandable. Hope everything went okay. I remember from my, the most recent exams that I took, that even the ones that I felt prepared for, they're just so fucking stressful, having to have everything ride towards the end of the semester or whatnot, and then, the build up and the tension, and then, I don't know, I always get such anxiety around exams, so hopefully you're doing okay. Hopefully you felt all right with the results and everything. Konakun then says, here's a fun fact, even if you destroy an infinite space, it only puts you at Universal Plus. Interesting. So, yeah, I'd be curious to hear your doing good. I'd be curious to hear you elaborate on that. So far, I haven't really looked into statements beyond like universal / multiversal as far as they relate to this particular topic. So I'm not sure how to evaluate the Universal Plus thing that you mentioned, although I'd be happy to research it. But if you'd care to share, I'd definitely be curious to learn more about how that relates. I'm not really familiar with like outerversal arguments. For example, I've heard some people say that Naruto's 5D or outerversal. Haven't really boned up on those yet. So, but feel free to dive into it if you like. Sorry, it says the lore. Yes, yeah. I was working on this for a couple hours before the stream. I was just kind of scanning through a lot of stuff. So sorry that this isn't like more organized. It might look sort of visually overwhelming. But really, the reason that these are individual panels here as opposed to chapters is that usually there's only like one little quote that I'm looking for each of these, so that'll be quick to go through after we deal with the individual chapter stuff. So hopefully this seems interesting and not just totally like too much. Right? But this stuff over here, like the Sasuke walking away thing, I'll explain why I included that in a minute, but it's relevant and we'll be able to go through this pretty quickly. So with that being said, let's get started. Of course, if you have any questions or anything you want to follow up on the previous from the previous videos or anything like that, feel free to interrupt me at any time. We can go on little tangents as always. Probably want to stay focused mostly on this topic, so I wouldn't necessarily spend a good chunk of time talking about like Minato versus Tobirama in this particular stream just to stay focused. Though I could give like a couple of quick random thoughts, and we could certainly circle back on that in the future. I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to go over. I did want to say that somebody from Sage of Thick Calves server, I believe their name is WAO Jigen Lover. Let me just see if I can actually pull that up to make sure I get their name correct. Yeah, WAO Jigen Lover sent me a link to wiki pages by a user named Scarlet, who did an extensive and very compelling and very convincing set of argumentation for Universal Naruto. And at the end of the day, I disagreed with their conclusions because there are a couple of things, like part of the logic change, so to speak, that I think didn't quite hold up. But despite the fact that I disagree with it, I think that it represents a really wonderful amount of care and effort and craft being put into the argumentation. And it includes everything from, original arguments to a bunch of different scans to, whatchamacallit, like lots of translations and explanations of the kanji breakdown. And then when it gets into stuff like related to physics or astronomy, astrophysics or whatnot, they provide a lot of links to different places where you can go to learn more about those topics and their definitions. I think, Saria, I'd be curious to see what your reaction would be to that stuff, because it felt to me like they were being pretty precise and on point with their astrophysics related stuff. I need to ask, I would want to ask for permission before sharing it publicly. I don't know what the etiquette is there, but I'll ask and be happy to promote it if that's okay with the original creator. But I'm mentioning this regardless, just to say that at the end of the day, if any particular person believes that they have a good set of arguments for Universal Naruto, and they believe that, I'm actually like not on some sort of mission or quest to debunk that particular thing and to say that everybody has to disagree with that. And I actually really genuinely appreciate it when people put together those arguments, even if I wind up disagreeing with them, because I guarantee you that you will learn something if you read through that document, those documents rather, about Naruto itself and then about the universe. Unless you're already a master, like an expert on all of that stuff, you're probably going to learn something, right? So as I go through this, my goal is not going to be primarily to say this is the correct way to look at all this, I'm right, this is why I'm right and other people are wrong, but more to just say, like, let's take a look from a bird's eye view at these characters and these statements and see the different ways we can interpret it. And then I'm going to suggest the thing that I think is most likely, but I hope that it's part of an ongoing conversation. I hope that people feel encouraged to continue pursuing the information and the perspective on their own if they want to. It's not just about me like deciding what's right or wrong or anything. And there should be more of the stuff that Scarlet makes in the world. Like I hope that they make a video about it or something like that, or that other people are inspired to create in that style, because I want to see more of that shit, even if I disagree with it. Saria says Naruto lore is way less than Barbie lore, while having Waffle House and Just Dance be canon. Oh, right. Are you referring to the recent the recent Barbie movie that came out, or is this another part of the lore? I imagine that it's one of those things like Toonverse or Toon Force, right? Where like there's probably a couple of Barbie characters that if you take their feats literally, they probably have some like insane, crazy, universe destroying stuff, like a magic Barbie or something that can just wave her wand and destroy a galaxy or conjure up a galaxy. I could totally imagine that happening, especially if you take the commercials as canon. Konakun says, if Naruto characters are multiversal, then how fast they are, because it wouldn't make any sense that multiversal characters are barely light speed. Yeah, I mean, I also agree that the characters in Naruto aren't light speed. I know that I'm in the minority there, apparently. But, well, again, like, somebody recently linked me to that server where there are some really interesting light speed arguments that I need to look into. So let me just say that so far, I haven't been convinced that any Naruto characters are light speed. I could be wrong, though. I feel like I need to research to kind of hear the arguments that have been made before I come to a final conclusion. I just haven't seen the arguments thus far. But yeah, like the multiversal creation feats, I think, that are being described here, they're not necessarily saying that Naruto characters can, create and traverse multiverses freely. It's more, well, I guess maybe through the use of portals or something like that. But it's more saying that they are capable of using... basically, to summarize one of the arguments, is that they can use genjutsu to take their fantasy and transform their fantasy into reality. And so if they can conceive of an entire universe, like, in their head, then they can manifest that into reality by using stuff like Izanagi or the creation of all things to create entire universes. Or specifically Tsukuyomi in the case of like Madara and Obito. So I obviously disagree with that, but I think that the focus is on just demonstrating that Naruto characters can create universes, as opposed to them thinking much about the implications of what they do with those universes after the fact. Konakun says, also, I know DIFT exams, barely broke a sweat. Awesome, congratulations. It must be such a good feeling. I hope you'll celebrate. I hope you'll take some time to like appreciate the accomplishment of it and treat yourself if you can. Oh, hey there. Apologies in advance. Going to try to get your name right. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Is it L1 Jax? Not much is up, man. I appreciate you stopping by and checking out the stream. Hope you're doing okay. Hope you're having a good weekend. Today we're just talking about multiversal Naruto stuff. So we're going through a video by a YouTuber named Noodles talking about that subject. And we're also spending some time going through some chapters talking about specifically Madara and Obito, their life philosophy, what their desires are, and their views on things like dreams and what they're trying to accomplish with the Infinite Tsukuyomi. I'm doing okay over here. We had some construction at the house earlier today, which is why the stream is a little late, but everything's going well. Nice, chill environment. So yeah, let me know if you have any questions or anything you want to chat about. Saria says, it's funny you say... Of course, this fucking cough just will not go away. I apologize. Trying to manage it as best I can. Saria says, it's funny you say this because Barbie has a movie where she literally stops the heat death of the universe. Okay, I gotta see this. I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna commission Sage to make a Barbie versus Momoshiki video based on that. Okay. Oh, Luan Jax says it's pronounced Luan Jax. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. I'm guessing it's a reference to a character that I'm just not familiar with, so thank you. I recently, I'm curious if you guys know, is the correct pronunciation of that character from Bleach, is it Yuha Baha or is it Yuha Bach? Do you know the character I'm talking about? Because I've heard a bunch of people refer to him as Yuha, but when I tried to look him up, like the spelling is completely different from what I would expect. And there seems to be a bunch of disagreement about how to correctly pronounce that character's name. I'm going with Yuha Baha because that's what I've heard the most, but I have no idea if it's actually correct. Konakun then says, Ten Tails Madara's fastest jutsu is only light speed in a series where jutsu are faster than the user. Are you referring to the, like, what's it called, Storm Fang or whatever it is, where he, like, spits out light from his lips and kind of swipes? I'm still not 100% convinced that is light speed, but if we just assume that it is, it's sort of like a laser beam. The thing itself is traveling at light speed. I guess that's not too crazy. I just don't know if that means that the speed at which he is swinging his head is light speed. Like if I have a laser pointer, the laser itself might be traveling at the speed of light, like the photons or whatever in the beam. But if I swing my hand around, that doesn't mean my hand is moving at the speed of light, or even that the tip of the quote-unquote beam is moving around at the speed of light either. So that's kind of where I would look into it more. Luan Jack says it honestly just depends. Okay. Like it depends on the context for the pronunciation. Or for the light speed stuff. I think context is very important either way. Konakun says Yuha Baha. Oh, okay. That's how they pronounce it. It's the anime. Yuha is a nickname. Okay, that makes sense. Like a fan nickname just for ease of pronunciation. Cool. Okay, so yeah, please feel free to keep the questions in the comments coming. I really appreciate the conversation. In the meantime, I'm going to just kind of start talking about excuse me, about Obito and Madara and their philosophy. This is partially in response to a claim that Noodles makes somewhere around here that we'll get to, I'm sure, where he basically says, yeah, he shows these panels, and he says something along the lines of, Madara must have created physical universes in the minds of people that he cast the Infinite Tsukuyomi upon. So he makes a claim that, like, basically anybody that has the Infinite Tsukuyomi cast on them, their brain now contains an entire actual physical universe, and they are actually, like, now inhabiting that universe. So if Madara casts it on 1 million people, he has just created 1 million literal physical universes. And part of the argumentation is that, or part of the justification for that argument is the idea that Madara is primarily defined as a character by his desire to be alive. He doesn't, he resents the fact that he has a fake existence, especially as an Edo Tensei, and all he wants, the entire point of his character, in other words, is to be real and to be alive. So it wouldn't make any sense for him to impose false realities on other people. As a matter of fact, just so it doesn't sound like I'm misrepresenting or unintentionally strawmanning here, let me see if I can go back and just play this argument, and we can keep this argumentation in mind as we start to go through and examine his character. And then, of course, we'll go back and we'll make sure to go over this stuff so we're not skipping it. But this is where I want to start today, so let's hear him out.
Being a genjutsu. This argument is also consistent with Madara's character. People apparently think that the work I do and the videos I create, like Koksu versus Pain, or any of the other crazy hot takes I have, undermine the narratives. Not that I think they do. This one definitely is supported by the narrative.
I do think it does undermine the narrative. I do think, honestly, like some of his Kakuzu versus Pain stuff doesn't. This is probably the statement out of all of the ones that he's made that I think is among the most contradictory to the narrative, for what it's worth.
Madara, when he was an Edo Tensei, resented the fact that he couldn't feel anything, and that nothing, including his battles, were real.
Okay, so the idea is that Madara, when he was an Edo Tensei specifically, could not feel anything at all, right? And that his battles, therefore, weren't real.
He wanted to feel his heart pumping blood throughout his body. He wanted the excitement and the thrill of being alive.
And specifically, he wanted to feel real blood flowing through his body, and he wanted the thrill of being alive, specifically.
And considering this personality trait of Madara, it would be extremely contradictory for his character to hate not being able to feel reality, and then just go and create an illusion that would be cast upon everyone, including himself, that is both unreal and imaginary.
Okay, wait a second, I want to make sure I get all that. So,
and that would be cast upon everyone. A personality trait of Madara.
So this is his personality trait.
It would be extremely contradictory.
It would be contradictory for Madara to want himself to be alive, but then to cast a genjutsu on other people to put them in a false reality when he himself wants to be in a true, actual reality.
For his character to hate not being able to feel reality, and then just go and create an illusion that would be cast upon everyone, including...
Okay, so then it would be contradictory for himself to want to be alive, but to put other people in like this fake reality. That would be a contradiction for himself. And because it would be contradictory of Madara to do that, like for him, if he did that, he would be a hypocrite. Therefore, he didn't do that. Therefore, they are physical realities.
Including himself, that is both unreal and imaginary. That would...
Oh yeah, and then there's the idea that he's casting the jutsu on himself as well, and he would be putting himself into a fake world. so it must be a real world.
Cast upon everyone, including himself, that is both unreal and imaginary. That would defeat the entire purpose of his character.
So, and then because of that, because he'd be a hypocrite, that would defeat the entire purpose of his character. That's what I want to really focus on. What is the entire purpose of Madara's character? And would him being a hypocrite defeat the entire purpose of his character? That's the thing I really want to focus on most today.
So taking into account the Road to Ninja information, it would...
Okay, so we can stop there because we already talked about Road to Ninja, and we'll come back to that later. Okay, I know I've been ignoring chat. I apologize. I just want to make sure I kind of establish what the premise for the stream is, and I wanted to put that idea in y'all's heads because I'm going to try to go through and develop my own understanding of Obito and Madara, but it's entirely possible that you might disagree with that. And as we go through, keep Noodles' argument in the back of your head and see if you wind up agreeing with him that Madara is, it would be contradictory for Madara to not be putting people in real universes, and therefore, and if so, it would defeat his entire character, and so they must be real universes, physical universes that he's creating. See if you agree with that. Loha, hey, how's it going, Loha? Hope you're doing okay, hope you're having a good weekend. Light Fang is my go-to debunk against FTL Naruto. Interesting. So that is genuinely really interesting because I hear people use Light Fang as one of the stronger arguments, or I mean, basically when people talk about Lightspeed Naruto, they mention the Raikage's lariat being light. They mention the Water Fang bullet of Itachi in the second data book, I think, being light speed. They mention Haku's mirrors being light speed, and then they mention Laser Circus and Light Fang. But Light Fang, I think people tend to lean more strongly into because of Madara's power, and like he's such a top tier character that seems maybe more convincing than Haku in part 1. So I'd genuinely be curious to hear you elaborate on that if you like. It looks like Luan Jax is also potentially interested as well. So yeah, let me know what you think. Konakun says, here's some Kushina scaling. Yes, more on the Kushina agenda. I'm here for it. Because, not exactly. Kushina, while nearly dead, blitzed the full 9 tails with a change. The full 9 tails is equal to Hashi's wood golem, which is faster than Hashi himself, just like how the Susanoo is faster than the user. Interesting. I don't know if I agree with the Susanoo being faster than the user, unless you mean like, well, if the user swings his hand, and then the tip of the sword is going to be moving faster than the user's hand, right? Because of, like, I don't know what that physical principle is, but obviously, like, if you swing a really long stick around, the tip of the stick is going to be moving faster than your arm. It's going to be covering more distance, right? So I guess that makes sense. Yeah, but I am absolutely 100% here for the Kushina agenda. Luan Jackson's Madara is actually able to move faster than the strikes of the wood golem, and Hashi can keep up with Madara. Okay, so that would put them more relative, I think is what you're saying, yeah. That makes sense. But, I mean, I think Konakun's probably going to argue, and I'm not going to stop them, that Kushina could probably take on both of them at the same time with those chains, right? I think that's the new meta these days. Saria says, I always thought he just wanted to be alive, to be the one to cast the jutsu. Yeah, I don't know if I managed to collect it in here. I think it might be in here somewhere. We'll see. But Madara, I think, calls himself the savior of the world. Like, he doesn't necessarily want to save himself. He sees himself as superior to, above, and I think removed from the world. I don't think, like, factually speaking, when he casts the Infinite Tsukuyomi, it does not affect him. It does not get cast on him. So, no, I don't think that he was ever intending on putting himself in it. I don't think that's ever supported. But whether or not he actually intended on putting himself in a dream is sort of irrelevant to the idea of whether or not he created a universe. I mean, like, Obito, for example, does want to put himself in the Genjutsu. Like, he does want to go into a dream world because he considers the actual real world to be fake and counterfeit. So it is possible to support the Tsuki no Me plan, but still want to succumb to it as well, right? So I don't think Madara feels the same way as Obito does. Luan Jack says Hashirama is consistently able to react to and cast wood style tech against a Susanoo amped 9-tail. I think that's true, yeah. I don't think the chain speed would matter to him. Konakun counters by saying just pushing the agenda. Yeah, I think I would take the Kushina stuff with a grain of salt. I think Loha and Auhert and Konakun have all, especially Auhert and Konakun, have all been supporting the idea that Kushina is like massively underplayed, and I really like it because I don't really see enough people representing Kushina and her strengths. So I'm glad that people are talking about it more, for sure. Jack says, gotta be honest, the agenda stops. No, the agenda will never die. It's endured so long, it can't die now. It's just picking up steam. Kanakun, as long as I'm here, the agenda will not stop. I think in the same way that the light speed agenda also won't stop. Like, I've wanted it to for a long time, but it's just not going anywhere. See. Saria says, I disagree with him for one reason. Nobody would care if it's a fake world if they're happy. Of course, it's happening inside your head, Harry, but why on earth should that mean it's not real? Yeah, exactly. So that's an interesting point. One thing that I wanted to recommend, one second, is anybody who's interested in this topic for just who's interested in Naruto in general, but specifically in Madara, go watch this video, The Philosophy of Madara Uchiha for the Man with a Dream. Some of the stuff that I'm going to be talking about tonight is undoubtedly going to be influenced by this because I watched it recently. I love Sage's stuff. He's probably, like, I don't like playing favorites per se, but he's probably my favorite Naruto YouTuber. He focuses more on like philosophy and narrative and character analysis, as opposed to like power scaling per se. But I have loved like everything that I've seen of his that he's put out, and I think he does a great job. Like, he's still active. He's been making videos recently. I love the way that he approaches his character analysis, and he kind of makes the point, if I remember correctly in his video, that Madara is prepared to do basically whatever it takes to achieve peace, even if that means removing free will. But Sage and another YouTuber that I forget his name, I have to look him up, both made the claim that basically, yeah, there's a, hang on one second, I'm getting a little confused, like, in defense of Madara, something like that. Yeah, so I think, yeah, Monk Fruit. Okay, so Sage's Reign, absolute legend. Go check him out. He's amazing. But also this video here in defense of Madara Uchiha, Madara was right by Monk Fruit. This guy also kind of makes the claim that, Madara was taking free will away from everybody, but it's actually a good thing because they weren't really, like, free will was always going to be commensurate with pain and suffering. And ultimately, like, it was a sacrifice to be made, and Madara was making himself into the villain by doing so, but he was also guaranteeing a world full of bliss and joy. And that, I think, the Monk Fruit's perspective, if I'm representing it correctly, is that there's no such thing as, like, false joy, right? The fact that it's in a dream or an illusion doesn't mean it's not real or legitimate. So go check out Sage's Reign, go check out this video by Monk Fruit, throw them a sub, and yeah, just highly recommend that content. Let's see. Konagun says, on the Susanoo thing, Sasuke and Danzo were equal, but Sasuke's Susanoo arrow completely blitzed Danzo. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. And Itachi was able to blitz Nagato with the Susanoo. That's true. Although I do think it's important to account for the fact that there's, assuming that that arrow works the same way as like a real like bow and arrow, that the tension and buildup of energy that's applied to the bow that then causes the release of that projectile. I think, like, I'm agreeing with what you're saying. I think maybe for the purpose of a debate or something like that, you might draw a distinction between the projectile that the Susanoo is firing versus the Susanoo itself, if that makes sense. Luan Jack says the Susanoo statement could be in the context of just the Danzo fight, but I don't really argue that. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. Saria says Sage's Reign. He understands Korra. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to check that out then, because I've only seen his Naruto stuff, I think. And I was just starting to watch his one on The Wire, which is one of my favorite shows as well. So yeah, I'll check that out for sure. Korra haters are so disingenuous. Interesting. Yeah, I am a huge fan of Avatar: The Last Airbender. I wasn't as big a fan of Korra. I think I have some legitimate grievances with it. But you find that there's some unnecessary hate. I'd be curious to hear more about what you disagree with there. I do remember seeing some videos by a YouTuber called ER that, or like E:R, and like they're like very very aggressive and mean spirited and just kind of crappy. And if what you're talking about is anything similar to that, then yeah, I found those pretty gross. Konokun says this might be a hot take, but I don't think Madara is that great of an antagonist. That's okay. Yeah. I'm not saying he's bad. He's a great antagonist, but he's not one of the greatest in all manga, like many people say. I think he's got great personality and like aura, I guess. But the problem that Madara has, in my opinion, is that he and Pain and Obito all basically have the same philosophy with slight variations, and their plan overall is, and then Sasuke later on, right? Their plan is the world can't fix itself. It's fundamentally broken, and none of the solutions that people have had thus far are working. So I'm going to take it upon myself to basically be a benevolent dictator, take over and manage the world myself, and draw hatred onto me. And we already kind of got that with Pain, and then Obito is saying that he's Madara, and then when he reveals his own identity, he kind of says a similar thing, except it's more cynical and he's more interested in escaping from the world. And then Madara basically paraphrases Pain, not quite the same, but it's very similar. And then we get Sasuke at the end of that, kind of taking on that role. And then this implication that, it's partially due to the influence of them being like Indra incarnates. And yeah, compare that to the difference between like Zabuza and Orochimaru and Nagato and as villains, or even just Orochimaru and Nagato versus Pain and Madara. I think there's much more similarity in those latter two in terms of their overall motivations and goals and the threat that they pose. Orochimaru and Pain both attacked a village and tried to destroy it and sow pain and despair, but for very, very different reasons. They feel like tangibly very, very different villains. And then like Gaara and Zabuza as well. They're sort of like portrayed as being scary, bloodthirsty, demonic monsters or whatever, but they're very, very different in their stories and motivations. Then you get to Boruto, and without ranting too much about that, I like Boruto actually. I kind of grew to like it a lot, but it kind of feels like every single character that comes along is just, I'm the strongest and the best. Everybody else is beneath me. You're gonna kiss my feet, and I'm gonna steal your power, and I'm gonna control you. Oh no, I died. Oh fuck. And then somebody else comes up and says, well, now I'm actually the strongest, and you're all beneath me, and the other guy wasn't even all that great to begin with, so now I'm taking over. And it's just like, I do think that the new sort of plot lines or motivations introduced in Two Blue Vortex are really interesting. I think some characters like Ida have mixed things up and defied expectations in a really interesting way. So it's not every character, but I mean, like, tangibly speaking, I don't know. I didn't feel that different about Momoshiki than I did from, now I'm starting to go off on a tangent. I guess, like, when Ishiki and Jigen were depicted as being, like, an abusive father, and then that was part of this whole overarching narrative about broken families and stuff like that. I like that stuff, but the overall motivation of, I just want to be stronger than you because I'm the best, you're inferior species, like, okay, like, everybody take a deep breath, come on. Konokun says Madara is not even the best villain in Naruto. Pain, Obito are better. Interesting. I think that's a pretty hot take, that Obito is better than Madara. I'd be curious to hear more about that. I definitely put Pain above him, but Obito, I'm not sure. Obito seems to me to be a bit more subsidiary, if that makes sense, but I could be convinced. Loa says, I'm a Korra hater. Love season 1 through 2, though, despite how it ruins OG's legacy. Ruining the legacy is also, it's something I've heard before. I wouldn't disagree with it. I wouldn't agree with it necessarily. But I can understand. Honestly, I think there's a pretty strong parallel between Korra and, from Aang's era to Korra's era, is a very strong parallel from Naruto to Boruto, in that we're going into a new age of, more advanced technology, and that's fundamentally changing the way that the world works, and the way that, like, power is distributed, and the way that bending is kind of, I guess, like, commercialized or democratized or whatever. Let's see. Konokun says, wasn't there a guy named Korra in Six's server? There's a guy named Shad who has a Korra avatar, a profile pic that would show up on his stream sometimes. Yeah, he was always a lot of fun. I've never been in Six's server, though. So I I talked to him recently. I gotta say, I think I mentioned previously that I had some reservations about some of the comments that were made on Six's stream and stuff like that. And for the record, you know, I voiced those concerns in maybe not the most mature way in Sage's server, and Six like reached out and took time out of his day to talk to me directly and to kind of hear out my concerns and everything. And so I just want to acknowledge that he seems like a really chill guy. I don't think there's any genuine malice behind him, even with the things that I was you know, concerned about, so to speak. I think it was more just a case of in jokes and like, I guess, locker room behavior, for lack of a better phrase. I there's got to be a better way of explaining it, but basically that I didn't have the context for the in joke that was going on, and so it kind of seemed worse than it was. I'm still not like a huge fan, but also a huge fan of that kind of joke, I guess. But I really respect and appreciate the fact that like he reached out to basically a stranger talking shit in somebody else's Discord and was like, hey, let me hear what's the problem. So that was really big of him. I appreciate that. Let's see. The one Jack says, the Lycora haters just one second. The Lycora haters just expect her to know things like she's some 4D fourth wall breaking god, like how she should have realized Winlock was up to no good when even her own father in Tenzin said the guy was basically legit. Oh yeah, I mean, like, I don't think she should be expected to have perfect knowledge. I think having flaws and then overcoming those flaws is a really important part of character development, right? Like, I actually really dislike the fact that they made Sora not a sexist in the live action adaptation recently of Avatar, because he's supposed to start out as a sexist and then get humbled and then like learn and become like better, wiser, more mature, right? But I guess they were like, well, sexism is bad, and so we can't, and he's a good guy, so we can't have him ever be sexist, and then you lose out on all that character development. But they have to have flaws in order to grow from them. Saria says, yeah, ER sucks. Yeah, he I liked him for a little while when I was in a bit of an edgier, more cynical period, but I think he literally started one of his videos with like a picture of lynching or something like that, and just like held on it for a full 10 seconds, and then he was like, right, so now that we got the pussies out of the way, now let's have fun, right? And it's just like, fuck off, man. Like, I get it, it's all like 4chan style humor, like you gotta push people's sensibilities and like get them to toughen up, and it's all just fun, man. It's all part of like the anarchy and the chaos of it. But I mean, like, that was fun for me like for a couple of years when I was really bitter about a lot of things, and I felt like I needed to vent that way, I guess. But I guess thankfully I kind of grew out of it, and once I realized like, yeah, maybe there's a better way that you can articulate your points without showing like Holocaust footage at the start of a video about a children's cartoon or whatever. And it's just like, I don't know, man. Not a fan of the whole like I don't even know what you would call it, like the Gamergate style approach to social commentary. Konakun says, I think all of them having the same philosophy is the point, because they are trapped in the cycle of hatred, and the cycle will always repeat itself, even in Boruto, and the cycle is still continuing. Yeah, that's fair. I think, seeing subsequent generations or iterations of that cycle and how that's carried through the series is important. It's obviously like a big deal, and something that Kishimoto wanted to talk about and explore in depth. So I'm definitely a fan of that. But I do think that like, what's the term for it, psychologically speaking, like when you repeat a stimulus over and over again, it starts to lose its the response that it elicits on subsequent trials is less strong. Like it fades over time. You have to kind of vary things up, because otherwise your brain like habituates to it. And I don't know, I feel like we should have gotten a bit of a break. I actually like Kaguya more than I think I should, because I think she kind of represents the culmination and the origin of the cycle of hatred. And I think that if Naruto is really going to change the world, he has to fundamentally understand it, and so he's going to have to confront the origin of chakra itself. And so he kind of needed to fight Kaguya. but I guess there are just so many goddamn angry Uchiha that a little bit of extra variety might have been appreciated. Luan Jack says, I think Boruto is more a narrative about love than hate, unlike Naruto. That's really interesting, because I would have said that Naruto is a story about love clashing with hatred, whereas Boruto is more about like obsession, driving action, right? Like, and leading to different outcomes that are like what the price of obsession is, and like I guess vaguely similar to like maybe not. I don't want to talk Last of Us 2 spoilers in case people haven't seen it or played the game or whatever, but yeah, basically like the price and the cost of obsession and how it affects those around you, as opposed to like cycles of hatred. That's a very surprising take. Not saying that you're wrong, but I just never would have occurred to me. So feel free to elaborate on that. I'm curious. Saria says, honestly, my favorite Naruto villain is Zabuza. Great choice. Why do you like him so much? Not a rhetorical question. I'm genuinely curious about why he resonated with you. And Konakun says, thank God you're not in Six's server. Troy was making fun of Indians and called me a PDF file in Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, that's... Yeah. I don't know Troy personally. I think Swag Kage mentioned him or something like that. I don't know anything about him, but yeah, this is the thing that I don't want to talk too much about this because it's not really my world or whatever. But what I found more and more is that as I've been, spending some time in different Discord servers, is that there is a style of humor that is very like self/group deprecating. In the same way that, like I had some friends when I was a kid, and some of them would go up to, like, I didn't do this personally, but one of the things that would happen in certain friend groups is that, like, one person would walk up to the friend group and then like punch another one in the arm, being like, "What's up, pussy? How you doing?" Except they would use worse words than that. And so like being like weirdly aggressive towards each other and like inflicting some mild physical harm was a way that we said hi to each other, and it was kind of fucked up. At the time, we all thought that it was like a form of love, right? This is how we bond. We wouldn't do this to any other person. We wouldn't just randomly go up to somebody on the street and say hello and then punch them, right? The fact that we were doing this to each other was like a private thing. We were testing each other or whatever, poking and prodding each other, but it was a form of like brotherly bonding. And I'm hesitant to say that people aren't allowed to do that or anything, but the reality of the matter is sometimes when somebody you love just punches you a lot and calls you like slurs, that sometimes that actually does literally hurt people, and sometimes it gets in people's head, and sometimes like maybe there's a way that you can bond with people and have like love, like brotherly love and a connection with them without doing that. That doesn't seem to be something that is being considered a whole lot. Like I don't know, I kind of am a little discouraged from even bringing some of this stuff up, because it seems like every time I do, the response I get is like, anytime I'm like, hey, can we please be like a little nicer, the response that I will see from some folks, not everybody, from some folks is, you are wrong because you are sensitive. It is wrong to be sensitive. You're being too sensitive. Shut the fuck up. Like, this is just how we do things here. I'm like, okay, you know what? If everybody here agrees to that, then fine, go ahead. I'm not your dad. I'm not here to tell you what to do. But the reality of the matter is that people do get hurt with that shit. And you're basically just saying that you don't care because it doesn't bother you. And so if it does bother somebody else, then it's their responsibility to get over themselves, as opposed to your responsibility to try and be empathetic and nice and caring. So your callousness is taking precedence over somebody else's like genuine pain. And fuck that. Sorry. I'm not here for it. I'm not going to try and preach to other people and tell them that they have to do X, Y, or Z, but I'm also not going to participate in it. And this is why I've left a couple of servers. Let me see. But yeah, Kona, I'm sorry that you were on the receiving end of that. Knowing Six a little bit, I'm guessing that they made it, like they intended it as a joke. That's just the way that they joke around. I still don't think it's cool. I don't think they should. And if it makes you upset, I think you should consider telling Six, because he at least will listen and take you seriously. And I don't think he means anything by it. But yeah, I can relate. I've had like similar encounters. We like Sage's server is full of like really nice, genuine people. But some of those people also like being like low key homophobic and racist for laughs, and I just don't vibe with it. So I don't know. Saria says, I like Zabuza because I'm the kind of person who loves Takuno Jutsu. I do too. It was the start of it, and it is the reason why Naruto is the way he is. Zabuza and Haku's presence is felt the entire series for me. Yeah, it does establish like a very important part of Naruto's early worldview that I think he carries with him. It doesn't Kakashi say something like when he fights them as Edo Tensei, like, I'm glad that you two in particular were Naruto's first adversaries because they added so much to his worldview, so to speak. So that's great. But I thought I missed something there. Okay. Konakun says, I have a thing for the characters whose name starts with K, like Konata, Kaori, Kaguya, Kano, Kushina, and yeah, I mean, there's there's a lot of, I think of who's yeah. Why am I blanking on this? Isn't the no, I'm sorry. For whatever reason I thought that the main interest, like love interest, quote unquote, for Denji in Chainsaw Man had started with a K, but it's Makima, right? Not Kamiya. Kamiya is from Gurren Lagann, maybe. I have to think of more names like that, but yeah, they do sound very satisfying. They're very kind of musical. John, your cooking says sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'm always a little bit torn because again, like, I'm hesitant to go into other people's spaces and say, like, you guys aren't allowed to express yourself and form bonds and connect with each other unless I approve of this, or like I vetted it or whatever, you know, like, I can't ever really know how people are feeling, but, you know, at least me personally, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, I've seen other people have similar reactions. Sometimes they're not in on the joke and they just get hurt, and if you're just like totally callous to that, I don't think that's great. You know, I don't think that should be a standard, especially, you know, if we're all like a little bit older or whatever, and we all kind of agree, okay, this is like Fight Club, basically, like we're all gonna mess each other up a little bit, but it's all in good fun. That's one thing. But if it's a server where you don't know the age of people who are coming in, like I think somebody in Sage's server said that they were 12 or 15 or whatever, you know, and a lot of people who debate are younger, on some of the debate servers and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, if you're like an older person who is acting that way to teenagers, like what kind of example are you setting? It's a little weird to me. But and just because you have thick skin doesn't mean everybody else does. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm gonna move on from that topic, but I appreciate the encouragement. Luan Jack says, my favorite character in all fiction is Sasuke, my glorious king Uchiha. You and Sakura worshipping the glorious king. I can't say I blame you. He is pretty great. Luan Jax says, oh, Saria says, Luan Jax, NC Hammer enters the chat, not hating on Nick. I just find his Sasuke funny. Yep, he's lurking. He's waiting to pounce. Luan Jax says, I think I like the callback of Shinobi being tools. Yeah. That's a really good point. It was really cool in the backstabbing of Madara. The man who viewed everyone else as tools was a tool himself. Yeah, absolutely. Really cool by Kishimoto. It's so, like, deeply ironic, right? And honestly, that's a good point when we're talking about, like, the true value or meaning of Obito's character, right? Or Madara's character. So I try and keep that in mind as we talk. I think that's a very important observation. Loa Konakun, what if his name was Kasuke? That sounds familiar. Is that the name of a cat? Like, is that the name of the cat in Ghost Stories or something? Of course, there's Katasuke, but in Boruto, but that's an extra syllable. I'm sure Konakun doesn't want that extra syllable in there. Sasuke is a great character, but I still hate him. I think that's a fair take. I'm basically IRL Tobirama, the only Uchiha I like is Itachi. That's fair. I think they're just a little oversaturated, and so many of them have such busted abilities that they wind up kind of just taking up so much screen time. Even Kakashi, right? Like, he, part of what creates his power is just having a fragment of Uchiha power. I know, some more variety. I kind of miss the days where there were all these different clans with all these different bloodlines and abilities being represented, and then it kind of all got funneled towards the Uchiha just being supreme. Uchiha. Luan Jack says, sorry, as opponent, I think people confuse hating Sasuke as a person versus hating him as a character. Oh, yeah. Sometimes the lines can blur between those two things for sure. You can dislike Sasuke as a person, but he's far from a bad character. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. He's definitely a compelling character in universe and a compelling foil for Naruto. He's just, in my opinion, he's a bit of a dumb asshole. And I disagree with the conclusions that he comes to. And also, I just like really didn't vibe with the resolution of the love arc with him and Sakura. I don't think their relationship really makes any sense. But that's another topic entirely. Okay, so this is great timing. We're about around the 1 hour mark. Good time to start talking about some Obito stuff. I'm actually gonna take 1 second and go grab a cough drop because I can feel it getting worse and I don't want to be hacking up a lung. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Thanks for your patience, folks. Get it. Daria says, John, you have no idea you still love Kiba. He got Yamcha, it's true. I think everybody was making fun of him in the war for wanting to be Hokage. Which, you know, timing, but yeah. The one Jack says, I don't know anyone in my friend group that actually liked Kiba. Good on you, man. I'm glad he had fans somewhere. I liked him in part 1 during the Sasuke retrieval arc. I thought he showed some real courage and creativity. I didn't like the fact that he's taught his dog how to do a pee-pee attack in people's eyes. I thought maybe he could have done something different. But he's kind of thick-headed, but he's also got a lot of determination and empathy to him. So I like that about him. Konakun says, I absolutely hate Obito because he was the reason Minato and Kushina died. You already know how much I love them, and that is my reason Obito's my least favorite character in Naruto. Fair. Absolutely fair. Konakun, sorry it says Konakun, honestly I hate that he did that to them. Yeah, he was, I mean, honestly, Obito does have some really cold moments that I think bring a little bit of grit back into the shinobi world. For example, when he just cracks, I always forget if it's Fu or Torune, but, you know, he's having Kabuto explain the Edo Tensei to him, and he just like unflinchingly just like breaks the guy's neck. And it's kind of fucked up too because Obito, in theory, wants everybody to be able to go to a perfect, restful, sublime dream world, but he's also willing to just completely coldly, mercilessly kill someone just basically on a whim, like because he was curious. about how the Edo Tensei worked. Like, he didn't need that shit. He just decided to fucking off him, and indirectly kill the other one. So yeah, he can be kind of brutal, but honestly, we lose a little bit of that later in the war. Well, later in the series, in Shippuden, it becomes a little bit less dark and grim compared to some of the stuff in part 1. So there's some utility there. And Luan Jack says, for some reason that never crossed my mind. It was just like, oh damn, that's Obito. I wonder how many people figured out his identity before it was revealed. I was pretty clueless, honestly. Going back in retrospect, it's like actually pretty obvious, but I had no fucking clue. I don't know why. Let's see. So the first thing I want to talk about, in going over the Obito Madara stuff, is to explore what Obito says about the Tsuki no Me, which of course involves the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Keeping in mind that although this is actually Obito, he is adopting the persona of Madara, and so it's worth considering that his philosophy, and like he's representing Madara's philosophy, he's a stand-in for him, he's his mouthpiece essentially. So what he says should really be considered Madara's words, but obviously, you know, filtered through his own perspective somewhat. So this is the first explanation of Tsuki no Me and the Infinite Tsukuyomi. And what Obito says is, all shall become one with me and result in a complete possession form that unites all. Now obviously, this is very different from what we hear later in the series, but let's hear him elaborate. Obito says, there's an ancient stone tablet passed down within the Uchiha clan. It still exists in a room underneath Konoha. Upon it are written secrets engraved by the Sage of Six Paths themselves. Okay, so he's kind of explaining the different things that can be seen through the tablet. We talked about this before, the sort of the god of shinobi and Hagoromo. Talked about this on a previous stream. So, yep, and the introduction of the Ten Tails is here as well, although the design changed slightly, it looks like. But basically, the Ten Tails was an aggregate of all the Biju. Hagoromo sealed the Ten Tails inside himself. So, what Obito wants, what he's inspired by here, is the fact that the Sage of Six Paths was revered like a god for saving humanity. Right? So, he was perceived as being a savior for defeating this manifestation incarnation of all chakra. And he was described as having already advanced beyond the realm of humanity. He wants to revive Ten Tails. He wants to become Ten Tails Jinchuriki. He wants to become the next Sage of Six Paths, essentially. And then what he wants to do is use that power to multiply his ocular powers and launch a certain jutsu. A super genjutsu. So before we even have the name of the Tsukuyomi described, right, it's being referred to as a genjutsu. So keep this in mind for later. I'm sure everybody here recognizes this, but just to be clear, Tsukuyomi is a genjutsu, and here he's being explicit about that. An Infinite Tsukuyomi, all humans living on this earth under my genjutsu. By controlling them all, I shall unify the world. I will create a world with no bad blood, no wars. Everything will become one with me and be united together. That is Operation Tsuki no Me. And then Gaara says, peace that exists only as illusion is just that, an illusion. Peace is only meaningful when it is actually achieved for real. Okay? And then she says, I'm so bad. I always forget her name. I don't know what's wrong with me. This is like the character in Naruto I know the least about. Mizukage, I know, but I don't remember her actual name. Mei, right? M-E-I, Mei? So what does exist inside such a genjutsu world? There's no hope, no dreams, it's just an escape. So this is an interesting statement because this acknowledges that she could be referring to the world inside the dream, or she could be referring to the universe that everybody is currently living in, that everybody within said world would be under the auspices of a genjutsu. But either way, living in such a place negates like real actual dreams and real actual hope. It's just an escape, right? Onoki says, unite the world. Interesting that Danzo mentioning something similar, but your plan smacks more of you wanting to make the world yours and only yours, or yours and yours only, then truly uniting the world. So he's questioning Obito, saying he doesn't think his goal is like genuine. Obito says, and yet what have you, Gokage, accomplished? You of all people should know this to be true. There is no hope. To hope is equivalent to giving up, and is the biggest deception of all. So Obito's philosophy overall, and we have this little bit of humor here. Obito's philosophy over here is basically that the world itself is fundamentally like broken and hopeless, and these attempts, it's very important that he's delivering this speech at the Gokage summit. It's not just because they're all joined in this one place and it's convenient. It's they're trying to convene to discuss the possibility of acting peaceful and uniting, and he's directly inserting himself into that and usurping it and saying, listen, you guys already tried this shit over and over and over again. It doesn't fucking work. So just to let you know, I'm going to make it work for real. None of you can do this. I'm better than you. I'm going to become like the actual savior of the world, and I'm going to save it by making everybody happy. I'm going to put you all into a dream. It's going to be an illusion. Yeah, but so what? Like, no more wars, no more blood. Everything will be under my control. I'll take care of you all. And they say, no, that's going to be bullshit. It's not real. We reject it. And he says, yeah, but fuck you. I'm going to do it anyway. As long as you do what I say, then you get to live in the happy place. If not, then it's war, and I'm not going to stop. I'm going to win. And so he's very well aware, as are the other characters here, that this Genjutsu world will be fake and will be an illusion and a dream, and it won't be real. And the other people here consider this world to be equivalent to the abandonment and the forfeiture of hope. So it's the conflict between hope and idealism and versus despair and cynicism. And that is what Obito, aka Madara, is espousing here. So I think that kind of helps set the tone, and we can go on and talk about some other stuff. Okay, catching up on some comments here. Son of a beach. Oh yeah, Tsukuyomi. Yeah, it's even slightly worse than that. It's Tsukiyomi, which is if you're not familiar, one of my little pet peeves, and it is pretty petty of me. I probably should let this go. Is that to this day, as in like 4 or 5 days ago, when Seth and Noodles just released a video on Itachi, the motherfucker is still calling the Tsukuyomi Tsukiyomi, right? Seth, for all the problems that I have with him, at least Seth in that video says, like, when Itachi casts his Tsukuyomi, and I think he goes a little try-hard mode like I do sometimes. He says Tsukuyomi, like he tries to go deep with it, right? And Noodles hears him say that and says, oh yeah, the Tsukiyomi, when he uses Tsukiyomi, it's really powerful jutsu. There's no more jutsu better than the Tsukiyomi and the Izanagi, right? Just like, come the fuck on. It's been years. You're literally talking to somebody who is actively saying it correctly in your ears. Just get the syllables right. So I'm never going to shut up about this. This is the one that that's my hill to die on. Is a Tsukuyomi thing. So Konokun says, I could have forgiven anything, but killing Minato and Kushina, nah bro, never forgiving that. What if he just killed Minato but spared Kushina? Would you forgive him for that? Luan Jack says, I saw that from years ago that were adamant that the masked man was not Obito, and they called anyone an idiot for thinking it was. It's kind of like Gojo comeback level energy back in the threads. Oh man, yeah, I mean, like, communities can get really passionate and rally behind certain ideas. It kind of sucks that everybody can be so hostile sometimes about it, because I feel like the discussion and the debate of different perspectives is probably what the creator wants. You know, like, they want people to be speculating and coming up with theories. It's a great way of engaging with the subject matter. So yeah. Saria says that's the secret tablet Black Setsu. I'm about to end this clan's whole career. Yes, exactly. Is that a reference to video game Donkey? I definitely heard him say that phrase before, but he could have gotten it from somewhere else too. Luan Jack says Hagoromo creating the moon was such a crazy thing to learn about from Naruto or from Obito. Yeah, that's true. And we were talking about this previously, but it's also interesting to note that pretty much everyone here considers the Sage of Six Paths to be a myth, and they're pretty skeptical of like Darui here doesn't even really seem to think that it's even possible. So we were talking about last time how the tales surrounding the Ten Tails and Hagoromo and all that are part of like the folklore and mythology of the Naruto world diegetically, and so we should maybe be like slightly skeptical about sort of hesitate to take those statements literally. Also kind of cool to see that Kokuo here is depicted with some hair, like some fur. Kind of interesting. I didn't really think about this, but we get to see these different designs. This might be the first time we're seeing. I don't think we've seen Son Goku yet. So we're seeing Son Goku, Chome, Saiken, and Kokuo for the first time, which is kind of cool. New profile shot of Shukaku. I think that's new. He's like out in the desert somewhere. Yeah. I didn't take the time to. And then he was having a good time swimming around. I didn't take the time to appreciate this. It's really cool. May was so washed that nice guy John doesn't even know her name. It's Jover. Yeah, well, thank you for the kind words there. It's more that there's so many. Like, I also don't remember the name of like the sort of big jolly guy that accompanies Onoki over here. Kinsuchi or Kitsuchi or something like that. Like, he kind of looks like this guy. There's just so many characters that, and I get like, Atsui and Samui and Omoi or Oroi mixed up as well. Just because there's so many characters that are introduced that don't get a whole lot of screen time and they just get introduced all at once. It kind of becomes a bit of a blur. Like, I only remember Atsui and Samui because, their names mean like cold and hot respectively, I think. I might have gotten that mixed up. One means cold, one means hot. And so I remembered the pun, but I don't remember which one is which or what their abilities are, you know? So it's just too much all at once. Konakun says, here's some pain agenda for you. Yes, perfect. John Zetsu was Kaguya's will and saw Madara and Hashirama in their prime. Never thought that pain would lose to anyone. Yes, absolutely. I think Zetsu and one other person, Obito might have been, both have statements where they say, like, I literally did not think it was possible for Pain to lose. And then people will say, like, I think Noodles said about, like, yeah, well, they weren't talking about Kakuzu, were they? Like, they didn't think he would lose. Maybe they thought he would lose to Kakuzu. They just, didn't think he would lose to Naruto. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. Like, the statements that were made, to me anyway, it seems pretty clear they were saying, we didn't think this guy was going to be killable at all. Like, we thought he was, like, peak essentially, and they were wrong, so you can contest the statement, but that's the context for them, I think. Saria says, I'm gonna force nap time upon you. Nuh-uh. Well, then you're gonna die and you're gonna go to sleep either way, so make a choice. We gotta kill this guy. Exactly, especially for the younger members. Like, no man, we gotta go to nap. I'm gonna go take our nap. I don't wanna go out and play with my fucking Bichu. I can see that happening. That being said, I'm sure there are some people who would say, you know what, screw it. Like, I could live an entire... I mean, like, Itachi casting the Genjutsu on his wife, to have them live out an entire happy lifetime together in her mind. I mean, if she had to die, which I disagree that she had to, but if she had to die, I mean, like, there is something sort of merciful about that, arguably, right? So maybe it is better for people to, like, arguably under some like philosophical ideas, it's better for people to have lives of happiness if even if they're quote unquote not real, like we were talking about before. The problem with that is, it's, in my opinion, to get a little philosophical, I guess, it's a bit selfish, because if you escape into a false reality, then you aren't interacting with the real world, and so you have zero chance of actually improving that world. And so you're choosing to disassociate from it and kind of leave it behind and let it rot if that's what's going to happen to it. You basically, in order to kind of agree with the Tsuki no Me plan, you have to fully have faith and trust in Madara to be able to, serve as the guardian of the world and not get corrupt and not like have anything, not have him fail or falter or anything like that. Just trust that he's going to make the rest of the world perfect. But even that, like, I don't know if I could do it in good faith, because that sounds kind of lonely and miserable to me. If it's genuinely what he wants, then okay, I guess, but it just doesn't seem like a solution. It seems like an escape. That being said, I could see myself, like, if I had a choice to put myself into a perfectly blissful dream or to become Madara and put everybody else, and I had to choose one of those two things, I'd probably choose the Madara thing, because something about escaping and just leaving it all behind would feel worse to me than, like, I don't know, trying to at least fix that part of the world temporarily, if that makes any sense. But I'm guessing that this is going to be something that a lot of people have very strong feelings on one way or another, right? Because we're talking about free will here and agency. It's something that affects all of us. Konakun says, didn't Madara and Naruto literally had an argument about it being a dream and not reality? Yeah, I think I have it pulled up in one of these other chapters over here. So we'll get to that for sure. I'm still not forgiving that. Just like Minato and Kushina relative and power scaling, they're relative for me as well. Relative in your heart, I totally understand. The one Jack says, spread the word. There's nothing outer about Sung Jin Woo. Oh, is Sung Jin Woo from Solo Leveling? I've heard that name recently, and I think I saw a clip that looked fucking awesome. I need to check that series out if so. Konakun says, for me, they're equal. That's totally fair. Sorry says, oh my gosh, hearing you say this, I have to say something, but I'll hold out and wait, but it's so relevant, but I can't say it. Okay. It's okay. You know, if you feel comfortable or motivated to chime in and say it, please feel free. I'm glad you're finding it enjoyable. Okay, so in the meantime, I'm going to hop over to the next panel over here. This is actually, I was just keeping this up for the Izanagi later, or Izanami later. So now we're just going to kind of go through a few little things that Obito says. Obito here just says that he gets his eye during the same conflict, after which he started to become the Sharingan hero. Just want to kind of focus on his words a little bit here. You've sunk so low as to become nothing but talk. Your words are worthless and meaningless, but it's too late for regrets. Reality just keeps forging cruelly ahead, or cruelly forging ahead. You've seen reality, so you ought to know not one wish ever gets granted in this world. That is why I shall guide it towards the dream of the Infinite Tsukuyomi. I'm going to create a world where it won't be necessary for a hero to pathetically make excuses in front of a grave. So Obito's perspective is that he's become totally jaded. He doesn't think that there is any true happiness. Any happiness in the world is ephemeral, and a real wish will never be granted, and eventually everybody will become miserable. And so he wants to support this plan, the Tsukinome, because he is guiding it towards a dream of Infinite Tsukuyomi, and when that dream comes about, the world itself will no longer, like the actual Earth, like where everybody is living on, that world will no longer contain will no longer have any need for somebody like Kakashi to apologize to him and to feel regret and sorrow, because that world will just contain people that are in a happy, lulled dream state, right? So this term world, I guess, doesn't have to refer to, in the most literal definition sense of the, like, Terra, right? The Earth itself. But it can just refer to the universe that they're currently in, so to speak, meaning the purview of the planet and all the people on it. But at the end of the day, what Obito is saying here is that he's done with this world. He considers it to be broken, and he wants to create a new world in order to for people to be happy within it. Now, I don't think that that means he wants to physically create an alternate universe, and then that means that he can use an ocular jutsu to output the energy equivalent of our universe. I think it's saying he's going to put everybody into a dream, and he's recapitulating what he said previously about what that dream is going to look like. But then look at what Naruto says here, right? Naruto rejects it, calls him a bad, calls him out, calls him low fugazi trash, and then says, I thought I told you too. I'm not giving up my dream of becoming Hokage. I've been entrusted with way too much from way too many. So we have and then this panel here with Jiraiya is pretty important too, right? It's talking about, like, trying to break through the cycle of hatred, believing in himself. If you fail at the things you were entrusted with, says Obito, I wonder what you'll think of yourself as well. So Obito was entrusted with something, and he failed at that thing. I think he's referring to protecting Rin, and he considers himself a failure as a result of that. Obito then says, if you postpone dealing with problems and cover it up with the word hope, all that awaits you is an empty reality, both the entrusted and those that did the entrusting, all in vain. Right? And Naruto and Kurama responds by saying that, like, those words aren't going to work on me. He's been entrusted with that hope, and then they go on to talk about the will of fire later on, and he's not going to give up. So this is a, again, a conflict between hope and despair, between belief and nihilism. And Obito here has basically, it's honestly kind of pathetic. Like, he's basically saying, I made a mistake at once in my life, and I therefore betrayed somebody I cared about and also betrayed myself. I tried to fix something and I wasn't able to fix something. Therefore, the world is a world in which broken things happen and people suffer. Therefore, the world itself is broken. And I can only deal with that. I can only process the pain and move on from the guilt that I have by abandoning the world entirely, right? Hope is not going to work in this world. Hope doesn't lead to anything except emptiness. This world doesn't work. So we're going to leave all that behind, and we're going to go to a different world where the concept of hope doesn't even exist. You'll never have to hope for anything because you'll already have everything you want because you'll be in this perfect dream. Right? Nothing about this refers to any kind of energetic output either. This is just Obito's philosophy. And of course, this is Obito rather than Madara, but they share the same philosophy because they share the same goal. Just Obito's motivations are slightly different from Madara's because their history is different. Let's see. Konakun says, if Tonari is only moon level, then how the hell is Madara and others weaker from Tonari or multiversal? Yeah, I don't even know if Tonari is moon level. It depends on how you're defining that term. Tonari's two big feats are slicing the moon in half with the golden wheel explosion jutsu. I forget the exact name of it. And then also apparently like he's causing the moon to move towards Earth. So if you wanted to like calc those feats, you would have to look at like the amount of force that's required to move the moon, and the amount of force that's required to cut through a like, what is the term for it? Like a lateral cross section of the moon itself. And I tried to do this somewhat recently, assuming, or really I posted in, like, I had like a vague idea of this, and then I posted in the Calcs channel to get some feedback. And basically what my finding, quote unquote, was that the moon itself, our moon, if we assume that the moon in Naruto that Tonari is on is the same size as our moon, and we assume that it's the same density and everything like that, which it's not, it's hollow inside, but just for the sake of argument, we assume that it is. It's like our moon is something like density, or like it's like 1.2% mass of our moon compared to Earth. It's like 1.2. Yeah, okay. So the moon's mass is only 1.2% of Earth's mass. Even though it's like a quarter of the diameter, the overall mass of it is actually a whole lot less. So even if Tonari, like, I did this extremely highball calculation where I assumed that like Tonari cut through 10% of the moon, that would still mean that he's only cutting through like like 0.12%. So not even 0.12, but 0.12% of the Earth's mass. And so I know you said moon level, but I think like very obviously he's not moon level with that feat if he's only cutting through like a tiny cross section of it. And he's definitely not planetary, which I've heard other people say, right? Because he's only destroying with that feat like 0.12%. That being said, moving the moon, if you figured out the mass of the moon and you figured out how much he accelerated it towards in that or I get, well, sorry to trigger you here, because I know I'm gonna get this wrong, but like if you figured out the velocity of the moon as it was approaching Earth, and you, I guess, like adjusted or calculated for like the pull from gravity, and basically were able to figure out the amount of force that Tonari applied to the moon in order to accelerate it to get it into, the state in which it's falling towards Earth. That amount of force you could use as part of a calc. I highly doubt that amount of force that it's going to be required to nudge the moon forward is the same as it would be required to blow the moon up, though. God, that was a fucking word salad. Hopefully that made some sense. The TLDR is that no, I don't even think Tonari's moon level demonstrably based on what we see. The only argument that I could see off the top of my head anyway is the idea that like if you could demonstrate that Naruto himself is moon level in terms of his DC, and then you could his defensive capability, his durability, and then you could demonstrate Toneri like damaging him. Then you'd be like, okay, well he has moon level AP, but I don't know about that either. See, I gotta go up a little bit. Luan Jack says, John the Maven, what do you think about Naruto destroying the Tenseigan in base, which is going to protect Toneri's castle from complete planetary destruction? Yeah, so I watched a clip from the last recently. I have to go back and watch the whole movie again, so that I make sure I get the context right. But what I remember is that he's fighting Toneri, and they have like a pretty decent exchange back and forth. And in the meantime, Kurama is off fighting the golem separately. And then Naruto, in his like Sage Kurama chakra cloak mode, he concentrates all of his chakra into one point, like on his fist, and then punches Toneri with that and knocks him back into a wall. He smashes against the wall and cracks the wall, or it's like a part of the moon's like structure or whatever, right? I'm just calling it a wall. And Naruto creates some small craters with that impact, and then blasts him back like that. And then Toneri says, you got me with one punch. I can't believe you literally got me with one punch, which is technically not 100% true, because Naruto does use like a Rasengan or something on him before that, and it like cinches his arm or something. But technically it's a 2-shot, but whatever. Toneri thinks it's a 1-shot. We'll call it a 1-shot. And then he's basically just like knocked out, like he's not getting back up and fighting after that. And then Hinata comes up and turns off the eyes that he stole from Hanabi, right? Something like that. So I thought it was a great fight. I thought it was a great exchange. I don't see anything there that demonstrated to me that Toneri could blow up the Earth. I think if he can use that golden wheel explosion thing over and over again, he could probably slice it up into a bunch of different pieces. Like, assuming he could use that jutsu 20 times or whatever, he could cut the moon up into various cross sections and probably, blast it apart. So you could argue that cumulatively, in terms of his AP, he might be fragmentary moon level by a certain definition. But keeping in mind again that the moon is hollow, I don't think that guarantees that he could do that same thing with the Earth itself. I wouldn't put him at planetary just intuitively. Saria says, imagine being in the middle of a war and everyone pauses to watch a grown man argue with a teenager. Yeah, and it's over like, well, I don't want to go take a dream. I don't want to take a nap. You're going to fucking go to bed now. You gotta take your medicine. Hey, Mr. Narrative, haven't seen you in a while. How's it going, man? Appreciate you stopping by. Hope your weekend's going okay. We're just talking about some Multiversal Naruto stuff. I have a cough. I think I probably had a cough since the last time I talked to you, so apologies for that. I'm still trying to manage it. Yeah, it's good to see you, man. How's everything been going? Luan Jack says, Obito's conclusion of the world, while shallow, is not entirely illogical. I could see that. The world definitely seems to be stuck in cycles of violence and hatred even today. And I hope that we can transcend it. I don't really know for sure what is going to get us out of it. I have some hope, though. Let's see. Toneri said that Tenseigan would protect the castle from the collision of the Earth and the Moon. Oh, I'm sorry. I went off on a tangent. I think I misunderstood what you said. Sorry about that. From the collision of the Earth and Moon, and Naruto destroyed that chakra. Yeah, I'm gonna hesitate to say more until I go back and watch the movie. I guess, like, intuitively, what I would imagine people would do, or you could do rather, is that you could try to get the impact force between the Earth and the Moon, figure out what that is, and then try to basically apply that to the chakra surrounding the castle, and say that chakra has that amount of durability, and then if you can apply that to Toneri himself, and Naruto manages to overcome that, then you could say that he has AP, which is superior to that. So if it's like, if the force of the collision of those two things is planetary, just to pull one term out, and Toneri is capable of using the chakra to survive a planetary impact, and Naruto is capable of defeating that planetary durability chakra, then Naruto would have planetary AP, basically. But I think, I'd want to see some math. I'd want to see some elaboration on that. And I also, you know, if the castle is inside the moon and the moon collides with the earth, and then, you know, that force is being of the impact is being distributed through the earth and through the moon, and then the moon like cracks, I don't think the full brunt of the force is going to be hitting the chakra of the castle inside the moon, because it's like there's the outer shell and then there's the inner chakra shell, right? So is the inner chakra shell really getting the same amount of force that the outer one is? How would you calculate the amount of force that the inner part gets? You know, if I'm wearing chainmail and Kevlar, and I get hit with like a spear, how do you know? You have to like figure out how much the assuming the chainmail is on the outside, like how much the chainmail is going to absorb before it touches the Kevlar inside, right? And vice versa if you were to swap those two layers, so to speak. I think it's an interesting idea. I think I would just need to see some more math before I like buy into it, so to speak. Oh, the last is free on YouTube. Okay. Yeah, I have it. I feel silly. I bought it on Amazon. I'm just a little hesitant because I wound up like getting copyright struck last time. But I'd be happy to check it out, yeah. And we could talk about it in the next stream for sure. The Tenseigan is Toneri's eyes, right? The chakra protecting the castle. Yeah, thanks for the clarification. I think I just kind of went off track there. Merchant Narrative says, hey, I've been busy this past month. I finally got my driver's license. Hey, congratulations. Took you 3 tries. Yeah, that must have been frustrating, man. But yeah, that's awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. Congratulations. Is this, am I remembering correctly? Is it like for like a commercial truck driver's license, something like that? You're going to be driving long distances? Sorry if I'm not recalling the details specifically. Yeah, congratulations Rokona-kun as well. That's great. Nah, I'd be happy. I would. You got me. I'm not gonna deny it. The one Jack says, I won't say it's just Naruto who pulled it off because he needed Hinata to interact the Tenseigan chakra. Yeah. Because it was protected by a curse jutsu that kept everyone but Hamaro's blood from touching it. Yeah, I remember that. Like, Tonari's pinned up against the wall, and like Hinata says, like, you will give me her eyes back now, or something like that, right? So, but we could still talk about, like, if we assume that the Tenseigan is what's giving him the chakra cloak, and we're talking about the durability of that cloak, and then we can just be like, okay, it's completely exhausted. He still has the eyes, like, in his head, but they're just not actively being used to generate jutsu at that point. We could still potentially try to get a calc for that. I'm very skeptical, but you know, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't listen to people's arguments about it. Okay, so this is chapter 602, and this, of course, is the flashback with Madara. And really, I just wanted to go over this quickly to kind of review Madara's philosophy and what he tries to impart to Obito before he kind of gives up his life. And yeah, some of this dialogue is a little sus, to put it one way. But yeah, let's listen to what Madara actually has to say here, right? So Madara here says, wake up to reality. And then he says, nothing ever goes as planned in this world. The longer you live, the more you'll realize that only pain, suffering, and futility exist in this reality. Listen, everywhere in this world, wherever light strikes, there are always shadows. So some interesting duality here. So long as there is a concept of victors, the vanquished will also exist. More duality. The selfish intent of wanting to preserve peace initiates wars, and hatred is born in order to protect love. These are all nexuses, causal relationships that cannot be separated, normally, that is. In exchange for you getting injured, another or others were saved. No, right? So basically, Madara is talking about how even all of the good things in the world must come at the expense of bad things happening too, right? This reality truly is hell. So the world that he currently inhabits, he believes to be fundamentally broken. He believes that, like, anytime something good happens, something bad has to happen too. In order for a light to exist, it must cast a shadow, and it's a fucking nightmare. To save somebody, somebody else must die. There's some sort of karmic balance that is always being put into effect, and as long as people continue to live in this version of reality, that will always be the case. People will always suffer and die. So Madara then says, I'm a cheater of death who would be dead in no time for sure if I weren't continuously siphoning chakra. Okay, so I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit to the next time he starts to talk about fate and stuff like that. Okay, so Obito asks him what he wants. He says, I want to sever the fate of this world. A world of only victors, a world of only peace, a world of only love. I shall create such worlds, plural, but yeah. Things don't go as planned. Eventually you'll catch on to. So he's inoculating, or indoctrinating Obito, rather. Let's see. Don't have a right eye and only with two. Okay. Yeah, we're going to skip ahead a little bit. Mr. Narrative says, yeah, bro, I spent well over $1,000 this past month trying to get the license. Wow, that's intense, man. Respect. I respect the dedication to that. Congratulations again. You definitely earned it. Luan Jack says, hopefully it'll be 3rd time's the charm for me. Mr. Narrative, oh, I failed at my test twice. It was raining heavy both times. Oh, that sucks. That's like having an extra like disadvantage to it. That's rough. I mean, I guess it on the one hand, it makes sense to test under like different road conditions and stuff like that. But yeah, that sucks. I wonder if the tests are they like getting harder? Are they requiring like more and more like difficult challenges, so to speak? Honestly, it must be super frustrating to go through that. But I guess, not to downplay like the bullshit that you guys have had to deal with, but I guess it makes sense for the tests to be strict. Like, make sure that people know what they're doing behind the wheel, because it can be really dangerous. But still, yeah. I'm glad you were able to get through it. Congrats. Kona-kun says, Madara was so lucky Kabuto revived him because Obito was not going to revive Madara. Yeah, for sure. Madara on the dualistic reality of Shinobi. Love it. Yeah, Madara is sort of a continuation of those same themes, right? That we see echoed throughout so many other parts of the story. Let's see. Madara to Obito, your sensei Minato is praised among all ninja as the greatest in godlike speed. This is real, trust me. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes I feel about Minato, like statements about Minato, that they're kind of like what's his name, Berta from Dragon Ball, where he's always like, I'm the fastest in the universe, and then Jesus like, well, technically speaking, you know, Frieza's the Captain Ginyu's faster than you, or has a higher power level than you, so that means he's faster, and then Frieza's faster than him, stronger than him, so he'd be faster too. And like Guldo can also freeze time, so technically he'd be even faster. It's like, I'm not faster, I'm not slower than fucking Guldo. Like, freaks out. I think that's just in the whatchamacallit, in the Team 4 Star dub, which is canon as far as I'm concerned, dub. Konakun says, Mr. Narrative says, I live in New York City, so they make us take the test in city. Oh my god, that's a fucking nightmare. Dude, I've been driving for years and years, and I still, like, don't want to ever have to drive in New York City, despite being more experienced with it. So, wow, that's, hey, good luck there. So this is an important moment for Obito too, before we go back to Madara, is that he just experienced Rin's death, and he sees Kakashi doing it, and obviously this makes no sense. It seems like a complete nightmare to him. Like, why would his best friend and comrade kill his, like, love, essentially? And it's interesting. He says, he doesn't say, like, no, how dare you, like, how could you, whatever. He says, what is this place? I won't accept it. I will not accept any of this. And he's trying to make sense of, like, what's happening. Gone completely berserk. And this is honestly like one of my favorite moments in the series coming up here, especially when you contrast it with like Conan's death and the way that Obito's like eye is kind of silhouetted in that scene. Obito then says, where in the world am I? And then he looks up and he sees the moon, and then this happens, and then like the spirals that later on like form his mask wind up reaching up and being covered in blood, like one of the most like sinister and horrifying things in the series. Anyway, I gotta head to bed. It's 2 a.m. this side of the world. Oh wow, okay. There's nothing outer about Sanjimi. Okay, I'll take your word for it, but I'll look into it too. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate the conversation, man. Hope you have a great night and a good start to your week. And then this is one of the most like brutal and bloody and like berserk-esque panels in the whole series, and Obito says, I'm in hell, right? So I think there's actually an interesting discussion to be had here about the way that trauma is represented in Naruto. This is obviously an incredibly traumatic event for Obito, and his response to it is not like it is kind of rage. He is like acting in a berserk sort of way, like not the manga berserk, like he's freaking out basically. But at the same time, he's also choosing to respond to this trauma through denial by just denying that anything that happened could be real. And he is more readily able to accept the idea that he's actually in literal hell, or whatever this universe's version of that is, than to accept that reality could be this awful. And he recalls Madara's statement, the more you'll realize that only pain, suffering, and futility exist in this reality, etc. Right? So, discarding all the bad things in the real world and escape. Oh, I forgot this. This is super important. I'm glad we see this. Madara is talking about discarding all the bad things in the real world and escaping inside a dream that's full of good things. So, escaping inside a dream that's full of good things, right? So, and then like this is pretty powerful too when he tries to touch her and his hand like just goes through her. Now, Obito says, since it's a dream, everything is as you want it. Even those who are dead can be alive again. A world of only victors, peace, and love. I shall create such a world. Let's create a world where you exist again, right? So, I'm sure that some folks would look at this phrase, create a world, and say, oh, well, that's evidence that, you know, he's creating an entire universe physically. But within the context of everything else that's happening here, he's saying this is hell. He's saying that he wants to create a dream. Like Madara and Zetsu are all saying it's a dream, it's a dream, it's a dream. And they're describing it as like Zetsu himself is describing it as a escape, right? Not a real physical place. Then also Obito here says, so teach me how to create this world of dreams. And then he also gets described as the savior, and that's important because ultimately Madara sees himself as a savior, but he's having Obito stand in for him. So now, let's take a look at what happens here. Madara uses a genjutsu on Obito, and Madara says, you're inside my genjutsu. Okay? It's still a blank canvas, but I can project my will upon it and create whatever I want, even control them. Anything is possible since I'm linked to and borrowing the power of the Ghetto statue, like this, see? We'll use this genjutsu to create the ideal world, and then we will cast genjutsu upon everyone else and bring them here. So this is kind of interesting because I don't know if this is actually what happens in the Infinite Tsukuyomi. I have to look into it more. But I think what happens is that, and what Noodles is arguing certainly, is that every individual person gets put into their own private, separate dream. And we see all those little panels of like, you know, Kiba in his dream is Hokage, but then in another dream somebody else might be. I think the anime has a bunch of different filler episodes where people's individual dreams are kind of explored. So like, if Naruto's dream is to be Hokage, Kiba's is, and then like 5 other people's are, they can't all be in the same dream in Konoha, all being Hokage at the same time, right? So they need to have their own individual spaces. This is interesting though, like, because he's using the power of the Ghetto statue, he's able to bring Obito into this shared space. But I haven't quite figured out how to reconcile this with what actually happens during the Infinite Tsukuyomi and those individual instantiated dreams. But important part to remember here is that it is still a dream space. And just like, you know, the Tsukuyomi that gets cast on, what's his name? On Kakashi in part 1, it's a space that the wielder, like the caster, is able to then manipulate, but it's a dream, right? Let's see what Madara says over here. The scale of this jutsu, that of an entire world of dreams, again, dreams, is achieved by using the moon instead of our eyes. Let me explain, starting with the Sage's Six Paths and the 10 Tails. Okay, so then it kind of skips ahead. I don't think that there's anything else here. Let's see. This is just the backstory of the Ghetto statue, right? Okay, I'm trying to look for more philosophy stuff here from Madara. And now he's acting as Uchiha Madara and essentially embodying his philosophy. This is important. He says to Nagato, you are the reincarnation of the Sage Six Paths who dreamed of world stability and peace. Right? So he's specifically appealing directly to Nagato's desire for world peace, and he's repeating that philosophy: wherever light strikes, there's always shadows. As long as there's a contact of victors, the vanquished will also similarly exist. So he's just repeating exactly what Madara says before, right? So he actually tried to inspire Nagato along the route of his philosophy, and then he did eventually kind of come along and agree to it. So I think that's where we can stop for now in terms of Obito's conversation with Madara. Let's just go through a couple more individual statements from these characters to get a better sense of where Madara's coming from philosophically, right? Madara here is being confronted with Naruto's allied shinobi forces jutsu, and of course Naruto's jutsu represents the will and the combined, like, shared experience and bonding and everything from the entire shinobi nation. And his strength is coming, he's generating a lot of the strength himself, but it's also coming from the shared will and hope and power of everybody working together, whereas Madara and Obito see themselves as individuals that are focusing power onto themselves. And we have, again, this conflict between hope and despair. Obito says that it's basically meaningless. There's no such thing as hope anywhere in this world. There's nothing you can do to escape it, no matter how you struggle. Madara says it's meaningless to argue whether there isn't or isn't something during war. He's being kind of pragmatic and just basically wants to, fight. Obito is saying his own things, but he's also, like, still aligned with Madara. He wants the current world to end and to become a world of dreams, essentially, to be replaced with a different world. Saria says, maybe it's like everyone in the same space, but everyone's experiencing different things because their senses are being painted over, kind of like the fog of lost souls in Korra. Oh yeah, I like that idea. That's actually makes a lot of sense. I like that. So now, in addition to the philosophy stuff, I also want to look out for Madara's personality, and we're going to see more of that when we go to the individual panels over here. But just to kind of look for, how does Madara act? Like, what does he care about? What motivates him? When is he frustrated? And when is he inspired and excited? So here he says, I was hoping to take them down before they started with the speeches, but it's hard to control Ten Tails well. So he's kind of pragmatic. He's still kind of focused on the mission, so to speak, but he's also willing to kind of dither a little bit to kind of spend time fighting them. He's relatively calm and placid and aloof for most of his demeanor at this point. He mentions here that his motivation primarily, or at least let's just say this, he says that in order to use the Tsuki no Me and Infinite Tsukuyomi, he's going to need to become a real boy because he can't become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki as an Edo Tensei. So the first time he says anything about needing to come back to life, it's specifically in the context of needing to do so to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. And they have a little bit of a back and forth over here. And then this is interesting. So Madara decides to allow Obito to continue to plot the next move. And Obito says they will know despair thoroughly, and Madara kind of smirks. So that's an interesting little moment there, right? Like, Obito is specifically trying to break their spirit and will by causing them to suffer. And Madara seems to be okay with this and actually approve of that decision, because my interpretation of this is that he's like, okay, Obito gets it now. He knows that the world is fully, like, broken because he's experienced despair like me, and now he's gonna wake everybody else up to that. There are some people that are still fighting and still resisting, but the only reason they're doing that is because they are naive and they're filled with hope, but they don't understand, like, how fucked up and broken the world really is, and they can only understand that and only yield and acquiesce to the advent of a new there's that panel that I found before coming at this. This is such a weird moment. We have this beautifully tragic scene with Neji contrasted with this. It's like you can see where the resources went for this chapter. It's a little unfortunate. But anyway, yeah, so now Obito is trying to instill a sense of hopelessness and break their will, and Madara is like fine with it. He's just kind of like watching that happen. So that's an interesting thing about his character. Konokun says, Madara kept a 12-year-old with him in a cave and sneaked to a child's home. Yeah, definitely. I think... so Obito, in that previous translation, he says something like, what do you want me for, old man? You need help going to the bathroom or something? But I think in the original translation, or at least in the scanslation, not the Viz, he says something more like, what kind of like perverted old man things do you want to keep me around for exactly, right? So the implication is even more sus than just like helping him change his diaper or whatever. So then Obito says, this will keep happening, and your flippant words and ideologies shall become lies. This is the end result of ideals and hopes. This is reality. Naruto, what is there for you here in this reality? Both your father and mother are gone, your master Jiraiya too, and if you keep standing against us, you'll continue to lose your comrades one by one. This shall become a world where no one who acknowledges you will exist. The only thing that awaits you is your worst personal nightmare, right? So, oh yeah, and then over here, this is important too. Madara says, you become almost exactly like the old me, Obito. Naruto will fall very shortly, breaking the will of the allied forces. So why keep living in reality? Now come join us, Naruto. Okay, so remembering that statement, I'm actually going to make sure I save this just in case. Yeah, okay. So remembering that statement that Noodles made about like, Obito, like Madara wants to be real and feel the thrill of being alive and feel real blood flowing through him. Why would he, make other people go into a fake world if those things are things that he wants himself? That would be hypocritical of him, and that wouldn't make any sense. But here we have Madara saying, Obito is just like I was, and they still want the same things. They're still like aligned together even today. And Obito is saying, this reality that we're in, even though it is real, it fucking sucks and it's awful. And we're not going to stay here. We're going to go to somewhere else. We're going to go to a different place. And we know that that place is a dream place, but it's still better than this. Obito is actively condemning reality, and Madara is right there with him saying, oh yeah, he reminds me of who I used to be. And his philosophy is still aligned with Obito even in the present. So, yeah. I feel like this in and of itself kind of demonstrates that he was wrong about that. But we can kind of keep going through this, right? Obito, oh yeah. And Madara also, like, seems to genuinely be interested in seeing how the younger generation is handling the same sort of conflict that he was before. He is still mission focused at the end of the day. He wants Obito to behave, but he's fascinated to see the conflict play out. He just seems to genuinely enjoy watching his philosophy and ideology clash with others. I think specifically he's like, well, Obito learned from me, and I clearly have the better philosophy here. And he's just sort of gloating and enjoying the fact that he thinks Naruto is going to be defeated by his own superior philosophy, right? I think that's what's going on here. But of course, Hinata comes and restores his faith and centers him, and then the fight continues. Konakun says, Madara kept it. Oh, yeah. People complain that Naruto and Sasuke have plot armor, but Madara just undoing the Edo Tensei. Yeah, with the just waving random hand sizes, more plot BS than anything Naruto and Sasuke have. Yep, it's definitely pretty intense the way that goes down. Madara is just like, he gives no shit whatsoever. So, yeah, he's basically just like Hacks incarnate, right? He doesn't even explain how he does it. He's just like, release, and it goes away. So I want to skim through this. We're not going to read like every single panel. I guess we can stop on this for a second since we're on the subject. But basically, I want to skim through this real quick and get to the point where he talks about like showing guts, and then we can go back to the part where Madara talks about his philosophy. So this is, if you're not familiar, this is in chapter 622. And this is Madara and Hashirama meeting as children and becoming friends. And of course, like, here's Tobirama and Hashirama, and they are child soldiers. And like this 7-year-old child just died, and they are in the midst of an incredibly brutal and awful period where kids are dying all the time, and they're just like consumed with hatred and vengeance and brutality. So the Warring States era right here, right? And so also each clan would get revenge back and forth, right? So so here is Hashirama after his brother died, and they're talking about death and the way that they... Okay, here we go. So Madara here is desiring peace. He's desiring an end to this back and forth horrible conflict, despite the fact that he doesn't know that they acknowledge that they might die at any time. He says if there were to be a way where neither side had to die, it'd be where both sides revealed their bellies, hiding nothing from each other or hid nothing from each other, and poured each other drinks and drank together like brothers. But that's impossible because one can't really look deep into someone's belly down to their guts. So one or both might actually be seething inside. It's not possible, or is it not possible to show our guts to each other? Madara says, I don't know, but I'm always putting out a little wish when I'm here, hoping to find the way. Look at that. Seems like there finally will be a way this time. It's not just yours. Mine also reached the other side. So here, I mean, like the river serves as a very clear, like stark visual metaphor for the separation between like the two warring families in a state of conflict, and these two characters are trying genuinely to find a way to cross the divide between one another, and find a way, as Madara puts it, to understand each other's true intentions. Like, he thinks that part of the reason why the cycle of violence keeps on continuing the way that it does is that for people to really achieve peace, they would need to understand each other on a very deep personal level and truly trust each other, but there's no way to do that. So Madara here is already in a very conflicted state as a person. Like, he wants peace, but also doesn't think it's possible. But he's trying to like console Hashirama and to hold out hope that there might actually be an answer, even though he doesn't quite see it. And so they both start having this desire to show each other their guts at some point, right? And they're talking about getting stronger. They're more P-related humor. So over time, they are considering ways to solve that problem. They're reminiscing on the people that they lost, right? They're talking about this dream to build a village together. Madara's a little skeptical, but he wants it too. So as a child, he makes the resolution to endure for the sake of his... Oh no, this is Hashirama talking, right? But after all this time, you know, that's what they want. They want to make a village that is immune from this awful war that they're in. They are both given the incentive to kill one another, and in this moment they both have a chance to continue the cycle of violence and hatred by destroying one another, annihilating another member of the clan, and they both decide to abstain from that, so to speak, right? Whereas their parents are fully prepared not only to kill each other, but to kill each other's children and to, you know, encourage their children to fight and kill one another. So they're locked into this incredibly brutal situation. I think this is kind of beautiful that Madara and Hashirama used those stones that they had used to cross the divide between the two of them with those messages to one another to intercept the weapons and stop the fight. But here, Madara starts to doubt and says that the goal of showing each other their guts and building a village is actually a pipe dream, and he kind of gives up on it for a second, or at least he gives that appearance, right? He says there's no need to show our guts to each other, for I am Uchiha Madara, and he seems to be pulled back into the darkness of the revenge and all of that of his clan, right? And so he gives himself over to this world of pain and suffering and revenge and death, and continues to indulge in it. So he's kind of given up on that, right? And then eventually he starts losing people, right? Because Hashirama gets stronger and members of his clan start defecting, which makes him more bitter. He loses his brother and gets his eyes, which is kind of brutal as well. He gets more bitter and continues fighting, and all he wants to do is, I don't know, just eradicate Hashirama, or I think he wants just an end to the conflict, but doesn't think that they'll ever really be able to trust each other and understand each other. And he describes, I forget where the scan is, but he describes Hashirama as being the man that he both hated and admired the most in the world. Isn't that an interesting bit of duality, right? Like, Madara genuinely, I think, loves Hashirama like a brother and respects and admires him and considers him to be like the pinnacle of shinobi, but also despises and reviles him. So he is, you know, embodying the very philosophy of duality that he himself has been espousing, right? He himself is part of the problem that he wants to solve. Even he can't get away from the thing that he thinks is at the root cause of like so much of the world's suffering. But of course, like they manage to, he says he has seen his guts. He kind of admits that he was wrong, and they join forces, and there's a little period of peace. And so after all of this, what Madara really wanted to do was he wanted an end to conflict, and he wanted to be able to truly, genuinely understand someone and trust them fundamentally. But in order to do so, he thought they would need to be able to see deep into them, like pause, but like really deeply see their guts, their heart, etc. And that was going to be impossible. Then here he's despairing. He's saying that he, despite the fact that they built the village together, he still didn't escape from the cycle of violence, because there's still people in the Uchiha clan who have been reviled, who are detested, and who eventually abandoned him as well. And he, I think, is afraid of the clan itself getting eradicated. He's afraid of himself kind of fading into the darkness. He still genuinely doesn't think that the show your guts thing can actually be achieved, right? And this is a very important line here. Cooperation is merely a quieter form of conflict, whereas Hashirama sees their village bonds and everything like that as a binding force that achieves peace through collaboration and understanding. Madara just says this is another form of subterfuge. It's another form of violence. It's just wearing a mask, so to speak, right? And now Madara himself says this: it's much sounder to just see this world as entertainment. You're the only one who's an even match for me. I'm looking forward to the battles we'll fight up until the time I achieve my true dream. Okay, so let's look at this panel here. I want us to try to keep this in mind when we look at this later on. And I don't know if I still have it up, but that panel where if I can find it again, Hashirama first appears and says like I'll deal with you later or whatever. Madara here, basically, if I had to summarize his character, my understanding of his character at this point, he tried to believe in Hashirama's philosophy, but ultimately has too much doubt and skepticism and cynicism in his heart. He has too much guilt that he's bearing for his inability to save and protect the people that he loves. He doesn't think he'll ever be able to truly understand other people and vice versa and have true trust. And so the world that he is currently in, he rejects. He doesn't see it as genuine. He sees it as fake. And he views Hashirama as his ultimate test, both of his ideology and of his skill as a shinobi. He loves him and he hates him. And his solution is now permanently diverging from Hashirama's, and he sees Hashirama as like a test to evaluate whether or not his conclusion and his philosophy is correct. So the next time they fight, they won't just be fighting to like match strength or whatever to see which one is physically stronger or has the coolest jutsu or whatever. They'll also be testing their ideologies against one another. Oh, I got some messages to catch up on, sorry. Konakun says, Naruto, it's not too late. We can end this now. Griffith and proceeded to get the Kasuga treatment. Oh, no. Oh, no. It got dark really fast. But yeah, it honestly, with the, like, the hellscape and the moon, like, it's not literally eclipsed, but it's sort of the tendrils reaching up to the moon. It does look like the night of the eclipse, right? Fireblade. Hey, Fireblade, how's it going? Thank you so much for checking out the stream. Fireblade asks, why Itachi didn't use the Majestic Destroyer Flame? I don't know. I think it might just be something that Madara is only capable of using. I think if, what's his name? If Sasuke actually looked at the Majestic Destroyer Flame, he could probably figure out how Madara was doing it. But ultimately, Sasuke seems much more determined to explore Kagutsuchi and his fire style, the unique sort of blend of fire style that he, I guess you could say, inherited from Itachi, but then elaborated on and evolved himself. And that's kind of his signature thing. I think he doesn't use it for the same reason that Obito doesn't use it. If I remember correctly, Obito and Madara are on top of the 10 Tails at one point, and Madara uses Majestic Destroyer Flame and Obito uses Bomb Blast Dance. I guess Bomb Blast Dance actually is a Kamui technique. though. Like it incorporates Kamui to like twist and bend it or something like that, right? So maybe that's a little bit different. But if it were Sasuke up there, I have a feeling he would probably use like Enton instead of just trying to do a fireball, right? Because he'd do his own like kind of cool special thing. Madara just likes that big majestic destroyer flame because it's sort of iconic for him. Just adds a little bit of extra variety. I'm realizing now that I thought you said Sasuke and not Itachi. As for why Itachi didn't use it, I don't know that he ever would have learned it or ever would have seen Madara use it. So I just don't know if it's a technique that he ever would have picked up. Again, I don't think like... I think that if he wanted to learn it and wanted to use it, then he could probably do it. I mean, it seems to just be like an extension of the fireball. It might actually just be like a large ass fireball, and Madara just decides to give it like a fancy name to sound cool because he's just like that. But technically speaking, it might just be like a super intense fireball. So as long as Itachi can produce the same amount of chakra and intensity and skill that Madara can, then I think, you know, he could probably do that. Maybe not to the same extent, but he could at least like perform that same technique, if that makes sense. Sorry, I see the word Itachi. Something in my brain switched, and I read it as Sasuke. But hopefully that that gave you some insight into it. I think either of those characters probably could if they put their minds to it. But I think, you know, Kishimoto likes giving us a variety of different jutsu, giving people like more signature jutsu for them to use and stuff like that. Saria says Uchihas and their crazy face panels. Yeah, they definitely are very, very expressive. Just can't see it. Saria says Madara is very theatrical, so Majestic Destroyer is perfect for him. Yes, absolutely. It's thematically very appropriate for him. For sure. So let's just go over the term dream here a little bit. I think it's relevant. Hashirama says, "What is your true dream? I thought everything we've aimed for is here in this village." And so his dream, his vision, his idealism is contrasting with Madara's. Madara says, "You just can't see it. What's even further ahead, dreams of the far future." Then tell me about your dreams of the far future. If it's linked to the village's dreams, I need your strength as a leader, as a senior member, and as a friend. Because there is no link and you should never reach it. It's useless to chase after me. You of all people know that no one is capable of catching me from behind, right? So I think that pretty much this is pretty much it, right? Like, I want to see if they have anything that they say at the very end, at the end of their clash, but I don't think so. Just the statement from Hashirama, this rather cold statement. He will protect the village under any circumstances. So Madara, we later learn, uses the Izanagi to cheat death here. Okay, so yeah. Maybe it's useful to go over this. You know, that action that he performed gave rise to darkness, such as that born by your older brother Itachi. Perhaps Madara said was correct after all. Maybe he had foreseen the real state of affairs. So, okay, I think that pretty much summarizes Madara's personality pretty well, and it only reinforces what we've seen with Obito as well. Hashirama says, this plan of Madara's that Orochimaru mentioned earlier to erase all the shinobi in this world. I don't know what that means in literal terms, but Sasuke says, an infinite Tsukuyomi where village, shinobi, nation, and citizen are all irrelevant. He intends to put everyone under genjutsu and manipulate them as he sees fit, right? So again, this is just further reinforcing the notion that this is a dream and it is mental manipulation, right? Not the creation of an alternate universe, but control and subjugation and yeah, like mental control, I think is the best way to put it. I love Hashirama's faces throughout this whole exchange. Great. Fireblade says, you just cover manga or anime also? Oh yeah, for the most part I talk about the manga because it's what I'm most familiar with. But recently in the previous week's stream we talked about the Road to Ninja movie, and that also included a one-shot manga and an anime adaptation. And then we talked a bit about Boruto as well before that with Momoshiki and all that. And so we talked about the novel, the anime, the movie, and the Boruto manga as well. Now, I haven't watched the whole anime, mostly because I don't... Like, I couldn't deal with all the filler, basically. Although I used to watch it. I've watched a good chunk of it. But definitely we will look at certain scenes and certain fights and stuff like that. We talked about Kakuzu versus Pain quite a bit a little while ago, and obviously the fight between Kakuzu and Team Kakashi is significantly different in the anime, and I actually kind of like it more in the anime. There's more jutsu on display. There's more of an interesting sort of back and forth there, and so yeah, we will tend to look at the anime-related stuff from time to time. Have you read Mieruko-chan manga? I have not, but it sounds like an interesting title for sure. Is that supposed to say, like, is that supposed to be like milk, or I'm not familiar with, or would that just be like Miruko? Yeah, what's that about? If you enjoy it, if you'd like me to look into it, I'd be happy to. I've only done one of them so far, but I started a little series where I will read a manga and then like kind of give my thoughts on it in a short. And I am always down for more like suggestions for that. So, I think we kind of, in my opinion, I think we've kind of established Obito and Madara's character fairly well at this point. But just scanning through here to see if there's anything else I left out. Obito here is already familiar with yeah, okay, so here we go. To me, so this is during their fight in chapter 621 between Obito and Kakashi. And what he says is, to me, Rin is someone who isn't meant to die. Thus, the dead Rin is also an imposter. Oh, yeah, actually, let's do this. I promised Obito I'd protect you. I can't kill you. There's got to be some other way. No matter what you say, to me, the you who couldn't protect Rin is an imposter. To me, Rin is someone who isn't meant to die. Thus, the dead Rin is also an imposter. Rin is only Rin alive. The Shinobi system, the village, that's what created all these circumstances, and Shinobi too. What caused me to despair is this world itself, this counterfeit world. But Kakashi says, but remember Naruto's words, that it's most painful not to have real comrades inside one's heart. I relayed what your old self said to that boy word for word. I know the old you would have resonated with that. I still believe the current you can as well. Obito then says, look at me, there's nothing in my heart. This is a genjutsu, by the way, just to be clear. But he says, I don't even feel pain anymore, which is not true. He clearly is in a lot of pain. No need to feel guilty at all, Kakashi. This hole was opened up by this world of hell. So the important thing here... Okay, hang on one sec. I only had pain inside here before. That's why I abandoned it all, and you've been suffering this whole time too, in front of Rin's grave, and mine as well. It's okay, Kakashi, you don't need to suffer anymore. Rin's right here, along with your ideal vision of me, right? So, and this is a genjutsu, right, that he's being cast on. So here in this genjutsu, Kakashi can have the things that he wants to, right? Obito, with a kind and earnest and concerned expression on his face, says, wish for whatever you want. Anything is possible in this genjutsu world. That hole in your heart can be filled right away. And Kakashi, in a particularly cold but also really, inspiring moment in a way, cuts through the illusion and says, Rin no longer exists and you're still alive. You really think that such things can plug the hole in your heart. Don't erase the memory of the real Rin, right? And so the other conflict goes on. But this I think is important right here. In this moment, Kakashi gets put into a genjutsu, or he's already in a genjutsu, right? Because Obito doesn't literally have this big hole in his heart. Within that genjutsu, Obito then makes Rin and Kid Obito appear, and they seem to have, like, at least within the genjutsu, have physical substrate or something, because look, they have like this sort of almost liquid appearance as Kakashi slices through them, and they kind of turn into this wisp and then like float away or whatnot. But what Obito says here is, wish for whatever you want. Anything is possible in this genjutsu world. So this space that he is currently in with Kakashi, he refers to as a genjutsu world, and it is a genjutsu world in which Kakashi's wishes are being fulfilled. Now, let's ask the question, does this mean that Obito just created an entire universe, doing so with the entire energetic output of our known universe? Or does it mean that when he says, like, I'm putting you in a genjutsu world, he's just saying, oh yeah, like, I'm putting you under a genjutsu and then manipulating you, and then you can see things within that dream, right? Again, the fact that he says, I put you in a genjutsu world and all your dreams can come true here, does not mean that he literally just created a whole fucking universe. it means that he used a genjutsu to trick Kakashi's senses. And that same thing, the same motivation, the same mechanism, everything applies to the Infinite Tsukuyomi as well. Fireblade says, no, Miruko is a girl who can see ghosts and spirits and tries to ignore them. Oh, that's cool. I like that. The first season covered more than half the manga in 12 episodes, but it didn't get a season 2, so it's incomplete. Oh, that kind of sucks. Do you think they're ever gonna renew it, or has it been stated like definitively like it's done, and they're not gonna do it anymore? That would be kind of frustrating if the adaptation never continued. I had a similar thing with Berserk. Like, Berserk is one of my favorite series, and unfortunately it just seems like it's never going to get a proper adaptation, particularly with certain parts of the manga, which is really sad. But yeah. Also, Obito here says, what's your issue with a genjutsu world? Reality is cruel. The only hope is to this hole is only going to keep widening. And then Kakashi says things don't always go the way you want them, nor does help always arrive in time. So basically, like, Obito here is saying, yes, I acknowledge that the world that we go into is going to be fake. This reality, or is a genjutsu world, it's an illusion, but that's okay, because the thing that we call reality, the thing that's actually real, is cruel and spiteless and awful. So what's wrong with going into the Matrix? Like, do you really want to live in the horrible wasteland populated by killer robots with no sun and no vegetation? Like, why would you want to do that just because it's real? It's awful. This place fucking sucks. Let's go back into the Matrix and we can be superstars. We can, like, have perfect lives. We can have whatever lover we want or whatever kind of lifestyle we want, you know, and it'll feel real. And Obito has totally bought into that ideology, right? One can only achieve true happiness upon abandoning reality by ridding the memories of your comrades. So here's another one. Obito wants to leave reality. He wants to go into a dream, right? And of course, he represents Madara's philosophy as well. Okay, so I think that's all we need from there. This is basically it. Yeah, he does say no more genjutsu, so there's the proof that their clash up until that point was just based on genjutsu. Granted that I'm talking about Obito mostly here, but all of this applies to Madara as well. I didn't think there was anything about the philosophy over here. Just looking for sure. Madara has a line at some point where it's like, I'm going to be the savior of this new world. Here's the background about he does mention something here in chapter 646 about people having this continual battle over the course of aeons, and about how he wants to, I think, become the Sage of Six Paths. He does mention this thing. Oh yeah, here we go. So he's talking about the conflict that came out of ninjutsu, right? And he says, do I need to tell you what happened to those who tasted of the forbidden fruit for the purpose of ending conflict, referring to the chakra fruit, but also more to just like chakra in general being a forbidden sort of thing that maybe humanity wasn't supposed to have. Madara then says, that's right, nothing changed. In fact, subsequent wars became even more gruesome. I despaired upon learning all of this. There are no such things as true dreams in this world, Hashirama. From the time people tasted of the fruit, humans have been cursed and destined to hate each other even more. And it is we shinobi whose very existence symbolizes that foolishness, don't you think? In which case, I'd rather... So, relying on the power of the divine tree again by using a great genjutsu. You just can't see it. What's even further ahead? Dreams of the far future. Is this what you mean by dreams of the far future? One thing is off. When this divine tree bud blossoms, the eye at the flower's center will be reflected by the moon, and the Infinite Tsukuyomi will be fully activated, but the one who shall accomplish this is me, as opposed to Obito, right? So, again, Madara's whole... I just want to make sure that I save this for later. Madara's whole philosophy here is that he believes that way back at the origin of the world, with fucking Kaguya, when Kaguya stole the fruit, she basically started this whole cycle of violence. It all comes back to Kaguya. It all comes back to... Or I don't know if he says Kaguya specifically. But, he does. And this cycle of violence is basically something that is never going to leave, never going to stop. It's always going to be part of the world. The only way to escape from it is to literally leave this world and go to a world of dreams, to abandon reality because reality is broken, and use a genjutsu to escape from it. a dream. I mean, the term dream is used over and over and over again, and he specifically wants to be the one to do it, right? He's not concerned about himself necessarily going into that dream world, although I think he probably would if he could. I'm not sure, but regardless, he is still motivated by the desire to be the one to solve this problem, and the way that he's going to solve it is by basically forcing everyone out of reality, forcing everyone into a dream. Okay. I do like this a lot from Obito as well, because Obito here sees himself as a savior. He sees himself as like leapfrogging ahead of Madara, and the way that he responds to everybody is to say, now be still, you've all endured plenty already, right? Even though he and Madara are willing to, capable of, and maybe even get off a little bit on destroying people who get in their way, he wants everyone to be comforted. He wants everyone to rest and to enjoy a world of peace. He doesn't really actually want to kill them. He will break their spirit if that's what he takes, but he wants to save them as well. And it's kind of telling, I think, that the spiral of the tree that's reaching up towards the moon looks very visually similar to the spiral that was, kind of reaching up from him towards the moon in that scene where he lost Rin. Fireblade says Berserk is the GOAT. Yes, 100% agree. But I don't know why no studio tries to make a good anime adaptation. There are many studios, like Mappa, for instance. Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. You figure with such like a veteran, important series, something that's so a part of the DNA of manga and anime history, that it would have gotten a great adaptation by this point. I don't know what happened. The 1997 anime is actually pretty good. It's obviously very limited by its budget. The animation isn't super elaborate or whatever, but it is a good adaptation of that part of the story. But then from there we get the Golden Age trilogy of movies, which are okay. The first one's not great in my opinion, mostly because the CGI animation is kind of rough, but it gets better over time, and the third one is pretty good. But again, it's basically just the same stuff retold. And then thankfully the 2016 anime did branch off a bit and start telling more of the overarching story, but there's so many weird changes in the animation style, and the directorial are just so awful. I actually really liked the first trailer that came out, where they were showing this like hybrid anime style that was also shaded with like traditional manga shading. It looked really cool, but then it was so weird. Like the CGI is so bad. I don't know. To be fair though, it seems like the people who got the property maybe like tried their best, but they were just sort of in over their heads. Like if I remember correctly, they had mostly worked on like stuff like Lucky Star, like sort of comedy gag anime. Is moe the right term? Like cute girls doing cute things basically was like the stuff that they worked on previously. And now they get saddled with this really, really dark world. I don't know. I think they were kind of doomed from the start. I'd definitely be curious to see Mappa take a stab at it. Maybe even like Studio Trigger, although they have a very distinct style. But I think Trigger were the guys who did the recent Cyberpunk, right? And that was a great adaptation. I really liked Edge Runners. Trying to think of who else. Studio Ghibli into a Berserk movie. That'd be great. Saria says, yeah, Noodle saying Madara can't be a hypocrite, but everyone Naruto fights is hypocritical. Yeah, absolutely. Even Pain, who he didn't know how to respond to, was a hypocrite in his goals. Yes, exactly. Infinite Tsukuyomi is a dream. Yes, also. I think there's another video. I haven't seen this in a long time, but I remember this video over here by MathWiz called In Defense of Takano Jutsu, Open Hypocrisy in Naruto. If I remember correctly, he goes through the whole series and he basically identifies like all the times that Naruto came up against a hypocritical character, including Sasuke at multiple stages in the fight, in the series rather, and how he and how he was able to sorry, I lost my train of thought. How he was able to kind of address the hypocrisy of them. And I think he makes an interesting point that, like, Naruto fails to bring Sasuke back the first time because I have to stop watching this because Naruto himself was being kind of hypocritical. So it's just his hypocrisy clashing with Sasuke during the when he goes and meets Sasuke at Orochimaru's hideout. But then when he meets up with him again, like the last time before the war, after he's killed Itachi and Danzo, they're more on even footing because Naruto isn't trying to force his philosophy down Sasuke's throat. He's more empathizing with him. So he almost succeeds in a Takuno Jutsu, whereas he completely fails before. So highly recommend this video. It was really really well done as far as I can remember. Been a few years, but yeah, I still remember it. Fireblade says, about Miyaruko-chan, I've done my research. It has 53 chapters, and 29 chapters have been released in the first season. The material is enough, but still 4 years past, still no response from the other creator. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. I appreciate you looking it up, though. Is the manga ongoing, or is it like a complete story at this point? Either way, yeah, I like stuff related to like Yurei and yokai, so it sounds like it would be up my alley. I'd be happy to check it out. I appreciate the recommendation. I think I also owe Konakun. I'm supposed to watch, well, Lucky Star, and then I'm supposed to watch Jellyfish Don't Swim at Night. Is that what it's called? But let's see. So I think we're kind of coming to the end of the Madara character dissection over here. Obito over here says, like, why do you get up, and what exactly are you fighting for your comrades or for this world? Listen, comrades eventually betray you, and this world transforms love into hatred. You should know, you've experienced it yourself. Konoha villagers and Sasuke both have betrayed you in the past, and Jiraiya's love conferred hate upon you. You and I are the same. Accumulating anguish and pain will eventually change you, and very shortly, additional suffering shall assault you. So how can you claim that you'll never change? You don't know when your comrades might betray you again, or if the allied forces might go back to fighting each other. You don't even know if you can win against me right now. There shouldn't be any reason to keep fighting for such a world like this. It's coming to an end in a few minutes anyway. Why do you still fight? Because it's my shinobi way. I never go back on my word. Right? So basically, Obito here is poking and prodding him and revealing, though, about himself that he, like Madara, has a great amount of guilt and pain, and his response to trying to heal from that trauma was to decide that he can never trust anyone, and he can never be sure that he can save anyone, and that eventually at some point in his life, no matter how peaceful things might seem, they will eventually fall apart. And so the only solution is to give up on it because it's impossible to solve, and to make a new world where things are better. But that new world is not going to be reality, because reality itself is fundamentally broken, right? And Naruto says what he usually says, which is, yeah, like, shut up. And also no. And also shut up. And did I mention no? So the last thing to look at here is just the moment when Madara comes back to life. Let's just look at what he says before we go back to the video. What he says is, this is the form of the body I needed. It's not a battle without raging blood and a pounding heart. So he is excited to be able to fight again, right? When with his real body, with real consequences and all that. When Sasuke faces him, he says, "You're a brat who doesn't come close to my level. You stole my line, foolish child," etc. Talks to Hashirama about the polar opposites and stuff like that. Talks about Uchiha and Senju power attaining true happiness. Things that happen out of order. Yeah, so basically, I wanted to skip ahead to one other thing, which is when he actually tastes his own blood or whatever. He gets the eye back from Zetsu. Okay, here we go. So, notice his reaction here. He gets his jutsu back. He says, now things will start getting a little fun. He has this kind of smirk on his face, licks his own blood, and he starts acting like a maniac. He says, this taste of blood, this pain, it's my body, all right. He can finally fully experience battle again, right? This is very interesting, and this is the point where I think it is pretty much undeniable that, I mean, nothing's ever truly undeniable, I guess, but I feel very, very strongly that Madara himself, at this point, is very explicitly a hypocrite, because this whole time, he's been saying, like, war and violence just breed more war and violence, and the world is horrible, and everybody keeps suffering and killing, and you can't trust anyone because they'll betray you at some point, and then somebody else will kill somebody else, and you can't protect anybody. And so I'm going to be the savior of the world, and I'm going to create a sense of peace, even at the expense of this reality, and basically make it so that nobody ever suffers ever again, right? Because they'll all just be in this perfect dream world. But also, holy shit, I'm so happy that I'm currently in pain, and I'm currently able to now fight and kill other people and make them suffer using my real body with the risk of potentially dying. So think about that, right? Like, now he's alive and his life is on the line. He could potentially die, and if he dies, then the cycle of violence and hatred in the world continues, and everybody continues to suffer. If he actually, here we go. If he actually genuinely cared about saving the world and were a real savior, then he would try to prevent himself from coming back to life until the last possible second, until he's totally safe, or he would just let Obito do it. Right? He would say, okay, well, fucking Obito's already the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Just have him cast the Tsukuyomi. I don't even need to come back to life. I'll just stay here as a guardian or whatever. But he wants to come to life very, very selfishly so that he himself can fight with his life on the line. He's willing to risk the salvation of the entire human race as he sees it, just so that he can selfishly fight his old, like, rival again. It's really messed up. He is really, really hypocritical. But let's see what he says here. He's talking to Tobirama, and he says he's completing Hashirama's unfinished nation building, but this world is that of the failed predecessor, referring to Kaguya, I guess, Hagoromo. Drastic measures are needed to save the dying patient, so this Infinite Tsukuyomi was your idea, and it's a cure. That's right, Hashirama's nation building bore a paradox. People desire peace, and yet, on the other hand, crave conflict as well. That duality is mankind for you. To want only peace and discard only conflict would cause people to stop being people. So he also seems to think that the duality is part of being human, that he can't be escaped. And almost to sort of embrace it, like, he has accepted the fact that people in this world will want to be friends but also want to kill people. And rather than saying, let's find a way to get people to stop killing each other, he's like, no, that's actually pretty fucking badass. And he starts going and fighting and killing people. And he's like, you know what? It's fine, because I'll make a different world, and then people won't kill in that world. But as long as I'm here, I'm going to fuck some people because I enjoy it, right? Now, here he says, I shall not tolerate, he's referring to Hashirama, people will sacrifice something in order to protect something else, except in a true dream world. Let's see. Tries to kill him. Blocks of the Susanoo. You could say that this world is Hashirama's paradox world. In order to protect something, something else gets sacrificed, be they friend, brother, or even my very own child. Right. So again, he sees the world as a fundamental paradox, but rather than trying to solve the paradox, which he thinks is unsolvable, he decides instead that he is just going to abandon it. But before he does, he's going to have a little fun. And I think we can keep going. Look at how he acts when he becomes the Jubidara over here. I think he says something about becoming a savior. Since we're already here, let's just look at that. I just want to see the moment that he becomes Jubidara, and then we can move on. No, he doesn't say anything about it. Maybe later on. Okay. So I think we've already established it, so I don't really think we need to go through every single thing here. But if you want to learn more about Madara as a character, I think you can scan through some of this and just take a quick look at some of the ways that he acts. So he's looking at the Gokage. He doesn't really need to fight them, but he says time for a test, and he flexes out some new abilities. He is disdainful towards their abilities. He seems kind of happy when he sees the Kekkei Genkai being used against him. Seems sort of impressed by that. Let's see. More Madara stuff specifically. This is Obito. I thought this was a nice visual metaphor. So this is when Sasuke is approaching the battlefield. We see all of the different shinobi walking together versus Sasuke's footprints walking singular. Again, that's the duality, or the conflict between the singular individual who wants to take all the pain and suffering onto himself versus those who want to share in the communal sense. Here's younger Madara, who is fighting against Donoki, and he's genuinely seems to enjoy this dance with him, but he's also poking and prodding him. He's like aloof and superior. Same thing with Onoki here in the future. He says, you dance well. He's enjoying the fight with him. So he does like fighting. He's also kind of like sneering and condescending and shitty. He's acknowledges Hashirama's descendant, but thinks that she's pathetic. The first time we really see him smile, he's like thinking about his fight with Hashirama previously, because I think Hashirama represents one of the few people that can actually challenge him and stand on his level. So he's one of the only people that can be regarded as like worth his time, so to speak. Let's see. Yeah, this is just more information about like Madara's character. Overall, like he's completely jaded. He thinks the only thing passed down from generation to generation is hate. He does start to recognize Tsunade's ability a little bit over here. But he also reveals the face on his chest, like Hashirama's face, specifically just to kind of help dousing their morale. So he's interested in kind of like emotionally manipulating and mentally fucking with other people. So he's an asshole. Like he is completely jaded and cynical, and he likes, I think it's actually a form of loneliness, honestly. He likes seeing other people despair because I think it validates his worldview. Like he's already given in to despair and cynicism and nihilism, and so when he sees somebody else go from being hopeful to being nihilistic, I think it feels like a victory for him. It feels like validation of his own perspective. Here he also says, like, you know, he's sort of has his ego prodded by Tsunade over here, and he actually makes excuses for himself. But then he lets his pride kind of get in the middle of the battle, and he makes these wood clones, although he could just wipe them out immediately if he wanted to. He also does like to fight, but he has something to prove. You know, he could just wipe them all out if he wanted to, but he wants them to know how much better he is. He wants them to understand despair. So in a sense, he wants to be understood. He wants other people to get him, even if he sort of reviles them and looks down on them. He just wants his philosophy to be validated. We already went over a lot of this stuff. Here's his nullification of the Edo Tensei, sort of supreme aura that he has. He considers other people to be pretty pathetic, looks down upon them. And there's more stuff about Obito. Went over all that about Obito before. So I think we're good. I think... Oh yeah, so here is the first time we really see Madara emote, especially to this extent, is when he first detects Hashirama's chakra. And so he's not just excited about the prospect of being alive. Like, he is definitely happy to have his own body back, but he's also like primarily just motivated to get a chance to fight his rival again. Like he's missed his buddy, like literally. And yeah, oh, here's the panel I was looking for, right? So he's not like... He's happy to finally get a chance to meet and connect with and be challenged by the only person in the world who he respects and admires and connects with. But of course, he will still wait. He won't fight a clone. He won't just like fuck around with an inferior version of Hashirama. He will wait for the actual version of Hashirama himself to fight with, right? So that's pretty much it. I think we kind of covered all the important stuff over there. And then there's that final panel. Oh, I'm sorry. I had a message from Fireblade. Fireblade says, I checked now and it's ongoing and has 65 chapters. Is there any way to get any further information about whether or not we to season 2 or not? Honestly, I don't know. I think I would have to look for like interviews. I would have to go like check a wiki or look for interviews with the creators. Yeah, I don't know exactly how I would confirm that without actually having an inside source, so to speak. So you'd have to poke around. You might look on, I know people have mixed feelings about Reddit, but there might be, you know, a subreddit that people would be sharing some information about that you could look into. Okay, so with all that being said, I think we're ready to go back to the video. I think we can wrap it up pretty quickly. Let me just replay that thing about Madara one more time, and hopefully I can demonstrate that I've explained it correctly.
ported them to another world rather than it being a genjutsu.
Okay, we'll get back to that
This
in a
argument
second.
is also consistent with Madara's character. People apparently think that the work I do and the videos I create, like Koksu versus Pain or any of the other crazy hot takes I have, undermine the narratives.
They can on certain instances, yeah. We could talk about that separately if folks are interested in, but it's not that they undermine the narrative, it's that they just represent a complete misunderstanding of the narrative a lot of the times.
Not that I think they do. This one definitely is supported by the narrative. Madara, when he was in Edo Tensei, resented the fact that he couldn't feel anything.
Okay, so I just, granted I just skimmed all this, but I don't remember seeing Madara ever, like, say that he resented that he couldn't feel anything. I didn't even see specifically any mentions that he was incapable of feeling things. He was very clearly capable of feeling emotion, that's for sure. He was, capable of being like jerked around, and I'm not 100% sure if Edo Tensei really feel pain the same way that normal people do, so maybe that might be the case, but he also didn't seem that busted up about it. He is now happy that he can fully experience battle again. The fact that he says finally does seem to indicate that it was something that he was waiting for. I don't know that he's really established as being somebody who consistently just hated being in Edo Tensei, though. I think he's just celebrating the fact that he's now returned to life.
And that nothing, including his battles, were real.
And again, he never... What? Okay, I didn't see any reference or any statement whatsoever to the idea that Madara thinks that nothing, including his battles, were real. I think I get the implication, though, because now he is fully experiencing battle again. Like, he was having a real battle with Hashirama. He was really fighting them. He really fought the Gokage. All those things really literally happened. So, real in the sense of, like, actually literally occurred, yes, they were all real. And he never says anything against that. But real in the sense of, like, true, right, or full, no, they weren't. Because his life wasn't on the line, right? So, yes, now he is experiencing true battle, actual battle, because he considers true battle to be that which involves him risking his life and having his true, real body. But that doesn't mean that the other things, like, didn't literally happen, just to be clear.
He wanted to feel his heart pumping blood throughout his body. He wanted the excitement and the thrill of being alive.
I don't necessarily disagree with that entirely, but I don't think it was so much that he as a person was craving the thrill of being alive, in meaning that, like, he wanted real life itself. It was specifically that he wanted to fight people with his real actual body, with his life on the line, with ability to feel pain and there being consequences of what he was doing, right? Because that felt more genuine, because he's a warrior at the end of the day, right?
And considering this personality trait of Madara, it would be extremely contradictory for his character to hate not being able to feel reality, and then just go and create an illusion that would be cast upon everyone, including himself, that is both...
Okay, well, first of all, it's not established that that illusion is ever going to be cast upon himself. He does seem to, arguably have the desire to move away from the real world into the counterfeit world, but he also represents himself as a savior, so it's possible that he could just act as a shepherd to the real world and not actually, or act as a shepherd to the people put under the Infinite Tsukuyomi and not join them himself. Although maybe he'll find some way to plug himself back into the Matrix afterwards. Not sure. I don't think that's entirely outside of his possibility. But yeah, it could actually be contradictory. We talked about the contradictions about Madara's character. Madara is a character who is consistently defined by contradictions. He has a contradictory nature. He has contradictory desires. He's a hypocrite. That is a part of who he is. So the fact that he is acting contradictory here has no bearing whatsoever. It's completely non sequitur to any commentary on the nature of the world actually being real. I also find it kind of amusing that he seems to be getting, like, really angry here, to the point where he's shouting and peaking his mic. Like, listen to how his voice distorts.
It would be extremely contradictory for his character to hate not being able to feel reality.
And by the way, I don't think he ever says that he can't feel reality. Like, Madara is in reality. He acknowledges the reality that he is currently in. He's interacting with other people in that reality and fighting them and acknowledging the reality of those fights. Yet he can't feel it the same way that he does when he is normally alive, but he never actually like consistently complains about that or makes that a big part of his character even throughout the war. He just sort of celebrates when he does actually have the opportunity to return to life.
Extremely contradictory for his character to hate not being able to feel reality and then just go and create an illusion that would be cast upon everyone, including himself, that is both unreal and imaginary. That would defeat the entire purpose of his character.
Okay, yeah, again, I hate staring at this fucking logo. I think hopefully, in the process of going through what we've just talked about, we've established that the entire purpose, or let me rephrase that. I think looking at everything that we've talked about Madara's character, just reading through the series, just like gaining an understanding of who Madara is as a person, what motivates him, what he wants actually as a person, right? And looking at all of that and saying, all Madara wanted, the entire purpose of Madara's existence, his philosophy, his conflict, his desire, his motivation for the war and everything like that, the entire purpose of Madara's character was that he hated feeling unalive and unreal as an Edo Tensei. He really hated being an Edo Tensei because he couldn't feel real, and he wanted to feel real because being alive was exciting, and feeling blood pumping through his heart and throughout his body was exciting. Like, just to paraphrase that, the suggestion here is that the entire purpose of Madara's character, Uchiha Madara's character, throughout the whole series, is that when he is an Edo Tensei, he hates not being real, and nothing that he does and says is real, and so he wants to be real, and then he becomes a real boy. So basically, Madara is like Naruto Universe Pinocchio during the war, and that's the only thing that matters about his character. And because of that, because he's happy that he gets to come back to life, that means that he could not do anything contradictory. He could not do anything that would be like in negation of some of the stuff that he said or be hypocritical. And because he is not a hypocrite, and because he cannot do hypocritical things that cannot be in conflict with his own ideology, then when he casts the Tsukuyomi on other people, he must know that the Tsukuyomi actually does create physical realities and choose to do so deliberately, creating physical realities. So he has the presupposition that that's how the jutsu works, and that presupposition is correct. No. 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 No.
So taking into account the Road to Ninja information, it would make
Which is not canon.
Makes sense for the victims of the Infinite Tsukuyomi to be in their own physical reality.
Okay, it might make sense to you, but that doesn't mean that it's actually established or validated or verified through the discussion of this stuff.
Rather than just some illusion.
But it is some illusion. It is specifically and explicitly, time and time again, over and over again, throughout the series, referred to as a genjutsu by everyone who talks about it. Putting it this way, there is actually no physical evidence stated by any one character in the entire series, setting aside Road to Ninja for now, that the Tsukuyomi is anything other than a genjutsu. And again, we talked about this previously, right? The idea that within them, that if these are actual physical universes, at the end of the day, they're physical universes that are being created and implanted and existing inside of the brains of everybody there who's being affected by them. So the implication diegetically of this would be that every human brain is capable of containing the energetic equivalent of the known universe, which I don't think that's established either.
The final thing I want to mention about the Infinite Tsukuyomi is a statement in the 4th data book which describes the Infinite Tsukuyomi as either a technique that creates dreams of infinite size or a technique that has infinite dreams.
Okay, so let's take a look at this, right? This is probably from Narutoversity. It looks like it's from the 4th data book. Infinite Tsukuyomi, Mugen Tsukuyomi. Okay. The divine eye observes all things of creation caught in this prison of infinite dreams. Okay. Prison of infinite dreams. On a full moon night, the Rinne Sharingan, capable of manipulating the world, is reflected on the moon, and then its light illuminates people on Earth. Probably means like illuminating their eyes, but okay, let's just go with that. Illuminates people on Earth, placing them in eternal genjutsu. The light emitted by this technique can cross obstacles, so even if a person is hiding in a closed place, he cannot escape. Those who have fallen into infinite dreams are enveloped by the roots of the God Tree, which have been expanded on a global scale by God nativity of a world of trees, tress, but it's supposed to say trees, and have their chakra sucked into eternity. The circular eye floating on the moon turns into a Rinne Sharingan, putting all of humanity into a genjutsu. Rinnegan's appearance appears in the eyes of those affected by jutsu. Those involved in jutsu are trapped by trees and their chakra is absorbed. Okay, so a few things. First of all, this is a statement from the data book. The data books are often hyperbolic. I think I'm going to do a stream soon where I just go through a bunch of shit from all the data books and kind of elaborate on this because I keep saying it and I keep using the same like 2 or 3 examples. But data book statements can be and often are hyperbolic and not entirely reflective of what we actually see in the series. So this is a good starting point, but if you really want to understand a jutsu in the series, you need to look at it diegetically and examine it in context. Second, this is not to throw anybody under the bus. Like I have used translations from Narutoversity before, but something to keep in mind is that they are sometimes translated from Japanese to German or Portuguese, and then translated back to English, or to English from there. So there's sometimes one translation, or sometimes two translations before we get this final version. And it's important, again, like not to knock anybody's translation or anything, but there are a couple of things about this translation that make me raise an eyebrow, and I would want to ask somebody else to verify this. For one, nativity of a world of tress. Okay, that's a typo, but still it's something that is worth noting as a potential mistake. And then the language over here, like Rinnegan's appearance appears in the eyes of those affected by jutsu. That phrasing seems a little strange. I feel like it should say something like the appearance of the Rinnegan or the Rinnegan pattern appears in the eyes of those affected by the jutsu. Okay, those involved in jutsu are trapped by trees and their chakras absorbed. There's some things about this that strike me as being a little bit dodgy. So I think a verification pass would be useful. And finally, it's worth noting that the divine eye absorbs all things in creations. It seems unlikely that this is to be taken literally. Seems like this is hyperbole, since it's just reflecting off of the moon. The moon literally can't see what's behind it if it's just light reflecting off of the front of it, so that doesn't really make sense. Prison of infinite dreams. The term infinite dreams could be referring to a dream that never ends. It could also be referring to an infinite number of dreams that are taking place across all the different people. But considering that there is a finite number of a finite number of people that can be put under this technique, it seems to me that infinite probably refers to the time span of the dream. Like the dream will never end once it is cast. The people who are dreaming will not wake up. Okay. Reflected on the moon as light illuminates people on Earth, putting them in eternal genjutsu, right? So the genjutsu is eternal, meaning that it's not going to end, right? They're going to sleep forever and be in a dream forever. Those who are fallen into infinite dreams are enveloped by the roots. Okay, sucked into eternity. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, genjutsu again. Yeah. So what this is describing is people are being put into a dream. The dream is never ending, and they're trapped in the dream. It's like a prison. Okay, so let's go back and see what he says. By the way, I haven't forgotten that we still have a little section over here to go over, but let's just continue with this for the time being, right?
Tsukuyomi is a statement in the 4th data book which
Tsukuyomi
describes the infinite Tsukuyomi as either a technique that creates dreams of infinite size.
Okay, so nowhere on this page, nowhere does it say that it's a technique that creates dreams of infinite size. That is not the case. It is never mentioned here. It is never stated here. That's an interpretation, I suppose, but that interpretation doesn't seem to be validated or substantiated by anything that is on this page. Nothing here refers to the size of the dream. And also, it's a fucking dream. Like, dream worlds don't have to have the same logic as a physical space, right? Dream worlds can be theoretically infinite in space, or they could be tiny, or they could not even really have the same concept of space as our universe does, because they're a dream. They're not real. They're just imagination. When you dream, your brain is conjuring up like sensory stimuli, essentially, internally, but your brain is not actually generating a universe that is measurable in size, right? It's just like having sensory experiences. Sorry to all the neuroscientists out there that I'm doing a terrible job of explaining this, but it's not like dreams have like physical dimensions the same way that our world does.
Or a technique that has infinite dreams.
And I don't know what that means either. A technique that has infinite dreams? That doesn't really seem to make much sense either. That phrase doesn't have a whole lot of explanatory power here. But the description does actually show what it does, and if we go through the series and understand what the Tsukuyomi itself does, and how it's used by a variety of different characters, we can see how it's used, and the fact that it does actually just create dreams in the eyes, in the minds of the people that it affects, or nightmares or whatever else, right?
Technique that creates dreams of infinite size, or a technique that has infinite dreams. Depending on how you want to interpret this, it either supports the dream worlds themselves being infinite in span, or it means that the jutsu is creating infinite alternate realities. So,
I don't think either of those alternatives that we've been provided with are good explanations. I think the correct interpretation is that the dreams themselves are eternal and endless. The term infinite there is not referring to the physical dimensions of a physical space, because these spaces are not physical spaces. The term here of endless or whatever is referring to the fact that once you are in the dream, you will not get out, and your dream will continue indefinitely, as long as the jutsu is maintained, essentially, right? The other one about it, what the fuck was the second one?
Infinite span, or it means that the jutsu is creating infinite alternate realities.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, it depends on how you define alternate reality. If by alternate reality you mean like a literal copy of a universe that is filled with physical objects that has the same like mass and energetic content as our own universe, then no, that's not what's happening, because they're literally dreams. But in a sense, like if I were to go to sleep tonight and dream, and I were like on some alien planet hanging out with aliens or whatever, you could say, figuratively speaking, that I was in an alternate reality. Does that mean that my brain just like spawned an energy equivalent payload of our known universe? Or does it mean that I was in quote unquote, big air quotes, another dimension or another universe, right? There's a big difference between those two things.
So just go ahead and take that as you will. This is
Thank you.
not the only multiversal argument I have. There is also another argument that is about as impressive as the one before, and it is shown in the Boruto movie when Momoshiki begins draining chakra from the universe.
Okay, so I just want to clarify here. We mentioned this in a previous stream. I can go look up the translation if people would find that helpful, but basically there are 4 versions of the Naruto, of the Boruto story, where Momoshiki comes down to Earth with Kinshiki and abducts Naruto and drains his chakra, and then they fight in this alternate realm. The first version is the movie, and somebody pointed out, I think One Smart pointed that out to me previously, so thanks again for that. And then that movie was adapted into a novel. And so those two are continuous with one another, or like on par with one another. Then after that, they made the manga, and then after that they made the anime adaptation. The manga and the anime are now, I think, part of the actual continuity that flows all the way from the original Naruto all the way through to Blue Vortex. And the anime and manga changed this so that, I think I actually have it here, right? We went over this last time, but just since I already have it, this is the way that Momoshiki fused with Kinshiki is shown in the movie, and this is the way that he's shown in the anime and in the manga. So there are, the overarching like plot is very, very similar, but there are some significant differences, and it seems that like this stuff has now become canon, and there's sort of 2 branching canons, right? Because there's the anime canon that includes Urashiki. Urashiki does not show up in the manga as far as I'm aware, but both in the anime and in the manga, this is what fused Momo looks like, not this. So what he's referring to here is, one second, let me go back.
And it is shown in the Boruto movie when Momoshiki begins draining chakra from the universe. In the novelization of the movie, it says that whenever Momoshiki underwent draining chakra from the universe.
Yeah, whatever, you saw it for a flash there, hopefully. That red character there is fused Momoshiki. right? So this is the one from the movie, but is not the one that's part of the future canon that is then elaborated on and becomes like the full canon of the series. Okay. This statement about him draining chakra from the universe that we're going to see in just a moment, again, like this does not appear in the anime, it doesn't appear in the movie, and it doesn't appear in the manga either. So the only place where this phrase appears is in the novelization of the movie, so a spin-off of the thing that was previously canon but has now been adjusted and quote-unquote corrected. And also the novelization, I don't really understand how it fits in with the movie. The novelization itself, or sorry, let me rephrase that. The novelization itself also has some differences from the movie. It elaborates on certain things, it branches off against certain things. And so, no, I don't think it is a perfect copy or a perfect representation of the movie, so to speak, right? Oh, I think I missed a couple of chats. I apologize. D-Mel says, I love your vids and streams, John. Thank you so much, D-Mel. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for stopping by the stream. I'm glad you've been enjoying everything. It really does mean a lot. And then Saria says, he says that Tsukuyomi correct and then incorrect. Yeah, I think he technically said Tsukiyomi, but yeah, I'll give him half credit at least. Yeah, thanks guys. I really appreciate the positive feedback. It means a lot. So let's see. Yeah, sorry, I'm my setup is a little weird, so I might be a little delayed in responding to chat sometimes. I'm sorry about that. Let's see. Oh yeah. So just to quickly recap, we have the movie, which came first, and then the novel came out of the movie, and then we have the manga and the anime. The manga and the anime changed things, and then the novel also has things in it that are different from the movie. And so let's talk about this.
And it is shown,
yeah, that red guy over there, that's
in the
Momoshiki.
Boruto movie when Momoshiki begins draining chakra from the universe. In the novelization of the movie, it says that whenever Momoshiki underwent the fusion with Kinshiki, that he started draining chakra on such a scale that it was no longer confined to just the dimension he was in.
Okay, so first of all, I know that this is one of my little pedantic pet peeves or whatever, but I don't understand when people started saying whenever when they mean to say when. I think it's fucking Asmongold that started it, and now it just spread. Or maybe it's like a regional thing, I don't know. But you wouldn't say like whenever Momoshiki started draining chakra from the universe, or whenever Momoshiki fused with Kinshiki. You would say when, because it's not like he was fusing with him over and over again in different periods of time arbitrarily. He just did it the one time. Like I wouldn't say like whenever I had breakfast this morning, it was whenever I was hungry, and whenever I then called my mom and said, hey mom, whenever are you gonna come visit, you know, remember that last time whenever you came and visit, we went out to the Italian restaurant whenever they were serving, you know, that pasta that you liked. It's not how you say that. You say when. When you say whenever, it's more like whenever I go to the movie theater, I get some popcorn, you know, or like whenever I see your beautiful face, it makes me smile, you know, something like that. It refers to a variety of different occurrences, not one. You could just say whenever it was. Whenever that time was, whenever it was that Momoshiki fused with Kinshiki, okay, well then you're referring to a specific location that you're not, a specific time that you're not sure about. But I don't know, man. It's whenever thing. It's spreading. It's all over the place. I feel like I'm going insane. Along with people saying forward. I don't know when that changed. Maybe I'm just getting old. But I thought we all agreed that the R in forward was meant to be pronounced. But I literally can't remember the last time I heard somebody say forward. I think that one just went away. Everybody just says forward now. But, you know, hey, if language is constantly evolving. If we all agree that it's whenever and forward, then I have to, you know, whenever I accept this, maybe I'll move forward and stop complaining about stupid things. Oh, Loha says it's an Albany expression. Okay. Oh shit, I'm totally joking. I'm from Utica and I've never heard anybody say that. Must be like steamed hams. It's just in Albany, not in Utica. Okay. Anyway. Let's see. So yeah. I talked about this before. I've probably bored you with my complaints about this, but I'll say it one more time. This segment over here, this terribly formatted thing, I don't know why it's so much to ask that whoever copied and pasted this in, just like indent your fucking lines. It's not that hard. Just press the fucking enter key. You know, you're taking somebody else's work who did this. You know, you didn't do this translation. You didn't give them credit. At the very least, like, have enough decency to format this. You know, maybe expand, like, reduce the font or whatever. There's no need to have the sentences cut off at the end. It's so sloppy. And if this was just one little thing, one little mistake, yeah, steamed ham, sorry, yes. Hey, tradition. The Aurora Borealis line gets me every fucking time. You know, at least if you're gonna steal somebody else's work, I shouldn't say steal. I should say borrow without permission. You should at least like represent it well, like indent the fucking paragraphs, like capitalize the Rinnegan and stuff like that, for Christ's sake. But anyway, I'm mad about this because my interpretation, my understanding is that this work was part of a translation that was taken without credit and that was modified without permission, and then represented without proper formatting, and so it's just really not good. Just to clarify though, this only happens in the novel. It doesn't happen in the other forms. So the question as to whether or not it's canon, I think, is up in the air at the very least. Let's read what it says though, just so that we're doing our due diligence. Momoshiki, who had passed from being an ogre into a comrade-eating fiend and transformed into a inhumane demon, began to suck in the chakra from his surroundings. He was even draining the chakra that was beyond the parallel dimension he'd made. Sasuke could clearly see the stream with his Rinnegan. So I showed the translations on stream before, but when I asked folks what they thought of the original raw text of this, the translation, they thought that the translation was more like there was chakra leaking out from the dimension. So it wasn't that Momoshiki was sucking chakra from everywhere around him. It was more that he was draining chakra, and also there was chakra leaking out into the other space. And we talked about the possibility that the parallel dimension he'd made here was referring to... Oh, wait, no, that was something else. Yeah, like... Oh, no, I think it was. Like, we were talking about the fact that, like, when this happens in the movie and the manga, in the story, Momoshiki sucks up Kinshiki's essence, like turns it into a fruit and then eats the fruit, and then he also consumes like other pills that he has. So there's a possible interpretation of this where this chakra that was beyond the parallel dimension he's made, he's referring to the fact that Momoshiki has already drained the chakra from all the god trees on this particular planet, and the planet that they're on is completely barren. It's like a wasteland. And so the chakra that he's draining is no longer coming from the planet, the dimension. It's coming from the stuff that he's harvested from outside the dimension, namely those chakra fruit, right? But that, and the sucking in chakra from his surroundings, again, like this stream that Sasuke is referring to, this doesn't show up in the movie, it doesn't show up in the manga, it doesn't show up in the anime. I don't know where to put this stream. Like, I don't know where it's coming from, what it's referring to. It just doesn't really make sense when you put it into everything else. Talking to other people about it, I think the best theory we came up with is just that, like, maybe like there's a little bit of a gap between this particular space that they're in and the place that they came from in Konoha, and there's like so much chakra there that it's like leaking out or something. I think the term is like leak/flow out, but even that doesn't really make sense with what we see in the show. So, So I think the best interpretation of this is that this is a creative liberty that was taken from the novel. If you want to assume novel canon and base your argument off of that, then that could be something to go with. But in order to do that, you first need to get an accurate translation. You need to credit your translator, and you need to understand how it fits in with the scene in general. Like, it's not enough to just see this little chunk of it. You have to actually see the story in context, basically. So I'm just going to categorically reject this based on all that.
He actually started draining chakra from outside of the universe.
And notice that nowhere here does he ever say that he drained chakra from outside of the universe. And even if he did, like, there's no explanation as to what that even means. Like, what is outside of the universe? Where is the space that the chakra is coming from that exists outside the universe? That doesn't make any sense. It makes a whole lot more sense that this is either another planet that they're on, and that it's connected to Konoha with a portal, and there's some chakra leaking out through the portal or coming back into the portal or something like that, or that this is like a barrier space, like one of Kaguya's dimensions, or an alternate dimension, or whatever you want to call it, right? Time, space, or whatnot, like the Kamui dimension, and that they're in this space, and then like some of the chakra is leaking back and forth through a gap to the real world, not the real world, the main area where Konoha is. That could be a reasonable expression, a reasonable interpretation, I think. But the idea that it's an entirely separate universe and that universe scales to ours, no, there's just nothing here that really ties that all together.
Sasuke backs this up by saying that he could see the chakra being drained from the original universe.
Okay, fuck, he doesn't say that. First of all, Sasuke doesn't say anything out loud. Sasuke is thinking internally to himself, or the narrator is telling us, rather, what Sasuke is observing. But no, Sasuke never says, I could see the chakra leaking, or what does he say from the outside the universe?
Sasuke backs this up by saying that he could see the chakra being drained from the original universe.
No, he never says that. It's not here on the panel. If it's in the it's not here in the scan that he's showing. If it does exist, it's a statement that exists from something that he's not providing any evidence for. So no, he's just, again, we have the evidence on screen that contradicts what you're saying. No, it's not here.
As we know, when Momoshiki drains chakra, he then utilizes said chakra by infusing it into jutsu attacks, which multiply its previous power.
I really hate the way that was phrased, but yeah, basically, he's not really showing it here, I don't think, but yeah, Momoshiki is capable of taking in an attack, absorbing it, and then putting it out with more power. That's fine.
Whenever he becomes fused Momoshiki, he takes the chakra that was drained from the universe and beyond, and then he goes on to state that he can make that amount of chakra up to infinity.
Okay, so we're mixing up a couple of different things here. First is the idea that Momoshiki... Okay. If we assume the statement is true that Momoshiki is actually draining in chakra from outside the universe, what he's doing is he's like in this alternate space where they're hanging out, right? This let's just call it the Momoshiki universe. Fine, fuck it. He's in the Momoshiki universe and he's draining chakra from the main Naruto universe. How much chakra is he actually draining, bringing in, right? Like, how much is he pulling in from the other universe, so to speak? Not sure. That doesn't seem to have been established. But that's worth considering in terms of the scaling. If you want to say that he can make it up to infinity, okay. Well, this is from the movie, not the novel, right? Interesting that it's now we're switching sources. But how does that work exactly? If Momoshiki can just take in any arbitrary amount of chakra and then convert it into an infinite amount of chakra output, how does that actually make sense? How does that fit in with the conservation of mass and energy in the Naruto universe? I think what happens, if I understand it correctly, is if you send a Rasen, if you throw a Rasen Shuriken at Momoshiki, he'll put out his hand and he'll absorb it, and then he will use his own chakra that he already had to then combine with the Rasengan and blast it out at whatever size he wants it to be, right? And so if you wanted it to be a 10 times Rasengan, as long as he had that sufficient amount of chakra, he can do that. Or 10 times Rasen Shuriken, he could do that. 100 times Rasen Shuriken, he could do that. Now, he's saying that he can make it up to infinity. So does this mean that, if Naruto, Pain Arc Naruto, threw a Rasen Shuriken at him, that Momoshiki could convert that Rasen Shuriken into an infinite power attack? If so, why does he need to drain the chakra from the external universe? All he needs to do is wait for Katasuke to show up, which he does, and then, take a single thing, literally any attack that Katasuke shoots at him, and then he should be able to do that, right? To just, fire it back. So, I'm going to try something real quick. I don't know if this will work. So, bear with me 1 second. Have another monitor up, another window up. Usually I have another monitor. Saria says he can't be pulling in that much because the people of the main universe are alive And I don't believe he can do it to infinity because Naruto can't. And at 50% give Boruto enough chakra to kill him. Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. Okay, I think this won't work at the moment. Because I have acceleration on. And I don't want to restart the whole thing. Okay, so I have the movie open on another window, which is why the screen kind of went black. I'm a little hesitant to actually show it again on screen because of what happened last time with the copyright notice, but I'm just trying to tab through it on the panel to see if I can find this exact frame where Momoshiki says this to Naruto, or where he says I can make it up to infinity, because I haven't seen this before. It's quite possible, but I think it would probably be when Katasuke first shows up. So yeah, so I'm gonna try to look this up on my own separately. Oh wait, maybe here. You'll probably hear I'm gonna mute the audio because I don't want to get struck. But let me see. If I can find it, then I'll take a screenshot and share it. Oh, it's interesting. You can still see my cursor. Okay, you're fools, but you have my thanks. Yeah. So I'm not seeing that. I will do some more research on my own and see if I can find that. I don't see him actually saying that. Momoshiki, I can make it up to infinity. Okay, so we have... Oh, interesting. Okay. So yeah, let's see. This particular translation over here says I can make it up to infinity, but this one here says I can make an endless number of those. Interesting. Okay, right. So this must have been when Naruto and Boruto are fighting him, and they throw a Rasengan at him, or a Rasen... No, it's like Boruto's vanishing... Right, isn't this when he throws like his vanishing Rasengan, and then he absorbs that, and then he says, I can make an endless number of those? So I think the context here, if that's the case, is that he's referring to his ability to... Like, as long as he has chakra, and as long as, what's his name? Boruto keeps throwing these at him, then he'll just be able to keep throwing them back. So I will put a pin in this. I will do some more research and see if I can figure this out, because I don't want to be misleading you guys. But my interpretation of this, first of all, is that, like, it would be great if we actually saw more than just a still panel of this, or is it animated?
This means he can take a...
Yeah, so, like, why are we just seeing one still panel? Why aren't we, like, getting a short animated sequence? Why don't we have the context for what this is? I find that very frustrating. Granted, there was one translation. Oh, wait a minute. Right here. Okay, let's see what this guy has to say. This is Karma on Quora. It's not a what if, you're completely correct. While he was fused, he was able to absorb the chakra from the universe he made. Universes are infinite spaces, so he's literally absorbing an infinite amount of chakra over time. He's also absorbing so much at once. He was actually absorbing chakra outside the universe. Okay, that was before he made his Rasengan. Now, don't take this at face value. He didn't say, I'll make it up to infinity. He said, I can make it up to infinity, meaning the power he's absorbing for the universe is directly absorbed into him. Okay, so he seems to be in alignment with what Noodles was saying, to be fair. This looks like it was taken from Noodles' video. This is, yeah, this is just what we saw, right? So, oh well, that's unfortunate. Okay, we can go back to the, the video.
Can make that amount of chakra up to infinity. This means he can take a beyond universal level of chakra and multiply it by an infinite amount.
Now we get the animated sequence.
And beyond, and then he goes on to state that he can make that amount of chakra up to infinity. This means he can take a beyond universal...
Yeah, so now, fuck, that's so frustrating. Yeah.
Universal level of chakra.
Now we actually see the animation in context, but when...
and multiply it by an infinite amount of times. I know this may seem insane, but considering the
It is.
Infinite Tsukuyomi and how much of a power gap there was between, the War Arc and Boruto, this would not be that unreasonable of a gap.
Well, how much of a gap is there exactly? Like, how are you going to just throw out that comment and not elaborate on it? Why should we assume anything about the gap between the end of Naruto and the beginning of Boruto? I mean, obviously, like, there was a, characters in Boruto had, at the end of Naruto had Sage of Six Paths powers, right? So, how much changes between the end of Naruto and Boruto? What is the power scaling? I guess there's an assumption that beginning of Boruto characters are just much stronger. Okay, can you demonstrate that? Like, what actual scaling are we referring to here? I would like to know more, please. Loha says, even if you specifically meant he can make infinite attacks with no stipulations, that doesn't mean it's correct. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, what is the actual real reasonable evidence that we have for believing that what Momoshiki, this incredibly arrogant, boastful guy, just said is actually true, right? Saria says, yeah, because he created his own Crimson Rasen after being hit from Boruto. Right, exactly. So I think the correct translation here is they can make an infinite number of those, like an exaggeration. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, both of you, I think, are absolutely on point. Like, let's not forget to take people's statements in context and understand that there are flawed characters speaking from their perspectives with their limited knowledge, and may or may not be being entirely honest with the people that they're talking to in universe.
Well, the next issue is, why does the Infinite Tsukuyomi scale to Naruto or Sasuke? Well, for starters, Toneri is directly stated to be the strongest enemy that Naruto has ever faced in Naruto. For starters, Toneri is direct.
Okay, so this looks to be a piece of promotional material associated with the Naruto, with the last movie, which I do believe is canon. Says the strongest enemy, Tonari Otsutsuki, after 1,000 years, this mystery man plots to destroy the shinobi world by pulling together a lot of puppets. He tries to destroy Naruto. Okay.
Directly stated to be the
like to know where this comes from.
Strongest enemy that Naruto has ever faced in Naruto the Last, which means that would put him above both Madara and Kaguya. Toneri was never.
Yeah, I don't see why we should take this statement at face value. I don't know where it comes from or why it should be just assumed to be accurate at face value. When we can just talk about like Toneri's actual feats and accomplishments and power scaling, like why wouldn't we just look or sorry, I this kind of feels like a data book statement to me, where just because it says that doesn't mean we should take it at face value, especially since I have no idea where that fucking statement came from in the first place. And especially since, like, you know, in multiple debates, like somebody has brought up to Noodles, like, this panel says Pain is the strongest member of the Akatsuki, and he'll just say, like, well, can you prove that Kishimoto wrote that? No, then it's just an editor. Like, it's just an editor that wrote it, or it's some piece of promotional material, and so we can't use it, right? Or the other one is the most, like, one of the dumbest fucking things was from the Swag Kage versus Noodles debate when they were talking about Itachi, whenever they were talking about Itachi. And there was a, when Itachi bumped into Naruto in the forest, there was some text in the middle of the screen that appeared, in the middle of the panel that appeared in the volume release, that appeared in the weekly Shonen Jump publication, but didn't appear in the volume release. And it said, like, sheer coincidence, Itachi bumps into Naruto in the forest, leads to a chance encounter, something like that, right? And Noodle said, no, that's just a hype statement. Like, that was just written. You can't prove that was written by Kishimoto. You don't know that it was actually something that he approved and that he wanted to be written there because it didn't appear in the volume release. So how do you know that's actually true? And, like, because, motherfucker, he was wandering through the forest and he bumped into Naruto. That's literally what happened. It's not that intense, man. It's not that big of a deal. But so I do. Now, that doesn't technically have anything to do with the veracity or lack thereof of this video. We should talk about one thing at a time. But it is just really funny to me as somebody who's been following his work for a while, that, like, he will absolutely shoot these arguments the fuck down, like, the moment that somebody else makes them in a debate. But he'll use them himself if it benefits him. It's just frustrating. Saria says, Loha says, promotional material, the most valid source of all. Yeah. Saria says, this kind of reminds me of a battle that transcends time and space from Dragon Ball or DBS Dragon Ball Super about Goku Black, when the context is that Goku and Vegeta are literally traveling to Trunks' time to fight Black Setsu, or Black, Black Setsu, Black and Zamasu. Yeah, exactly. It's like, to use the like square peg round hole analogy again, I feel like sometimes we as power scaling folks really work very, very hard to take every single potentially poetic and hyperbolic and, you know, interesting ancillary statement that an author and their creative team make, and just force it into these hyper literal interpretations to make our arguments work. I think that's pretty goddamn disrespectful to the artist in the first place. I don't like that shit very much. It can be fun, you know, for the purpose of a debate, as long as everybody's like in on the joke, so to speak. But yeah, it's not ideal.
Never shown to have creation capabilities like them, and appear to utilize his maximum power to try and destroy Naruto. Yet Naruto, quite literally, without Sage Mode on, one-shot him.
Okay, so this is not exactly true. As we discussed before, and if you go check out the movie, like this fight scene, technically speaking, Naruto does score a hit on Tonari before, but like Tonari like raises up his hands and blocks it, and his like garment, whatever he's wearing, is singed, and his arm is singed a little bit. Like there's a little bit of like schmutz on it or whatever. But he recovers from that. So I think Tonari himself says that Naruto gets him in one hit. We can just leave it at that. But this whole like without Sage Mode on, I mean, let's look at what happens here.
To have creation capabilities like them, and appear to utilize his maximum power to try.
Okay, so this is again, this is a little skeezy, right? Here we have Naruto, who doesn't seem to be in Sage Mode, but his fist is all lit up, and
Naruto, quite literally, without
he punches forward with his fist. So let's see. Actually, sorry, you said that the movie is on YouTube. Let's see. Hopefully I can get away with this. Yeah, so especially if I keep the audio off. Let's just see if I can skip to that part. It'll be easy to find right at the end. Yeah, so, and I'm just gonna go, I might like make it smaller just to see if I can dodge the copyright. So yeah, so here's Tonari fighting him. So it's a little bit before this. Yeah, let's see what happens. So Tonari is using his like golden wheel explosion thing, pushes it forward. I'm just pausing a lot to avoid copyright, and I'm also want to take it slow so that we see what's happening. Notice that Naruto is actually in his Sage Mode, right? He's maybe I should make it a little bigger so we can actually see. You can also see like the black markings of him being in KCM Sage Mode. So he's in KCM 2 Sage Mode, right? Yeah, there we go. You can see the black markings. You can see him running forward. He's in KCM 2 Sage Mode. He's running towards Tonari. He's got Hinata's scarf with him. And then he, what's his name? Tonari blasts him. I think what he does here is he uses it, like his Sage Mode, to parry the blast from Tonari. See if we can actually see that in real time. Hopefully, stream stays up. Kind of looks like it, but I'm not sure. But now he's got all of his, oh, you guys can't see? Oh, shit, okay. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Hopefully I don't lose the stream. One sec. What the fuck? Where is it? Ah, here we go. Alright, let me make sure I didn't just lose everything. Window capture. Oh, I think I did actually, yeah. Okay. I think it might come back in just a second. See? Yep, it's lagging a little. Yeah, okay. Cool. It should be good to go. So sorry about that. For context, this is in our 1 hour 34 minutes and 54 seconds in. So let's see. So yeah, there Naruto uses a Rasengan on Tonari, and Tonari blocks it, and is actually like does take the hit and does take some damage from it, just not very much. Let me see it like detonate off in the background. So that's the first hit I was talking about. But then Naruto here is in KCM Sage mode, and then Tonari's rushing towards him and charges up the golden wheel. I think this is the same sort of ability that that sliced through the moon before. Naruto seems to focus all of the chakra in his hand as he's dashing forward. So that big golden explosion kind of goes off, right? Branching off. And Naruto, you can see that Naruto has the Sage mode in his hand, right? Like you can see the kind of like golden and orange hue and the yellow hue to it. So it's still active. It's just in his hand. And he's pushing forward. And he uses it to push forward through the golden wheel explosion. And then he continues forward. Yeah, and you can see at that last minute, at the last moment there, that just as he breaks through, you can also see, it was, let me see if I can just frame back. Yeah, you can kind of see like right there, right? His hand is all kind of golden and glowy. So he still has that Sage mode active. He's just concentrated his chakra into his hand. And then he pushes back. And now he follows up. And again, like his hand is glowing there as well. You can see it glowing in the background. You can see the light kind of coming forward. Glowy, glowy, glowy. Kind of slows down. Punches him right in the face. It's actually a great shot. Look at that. Look at his face. Punches him back and then sends it back. You can see his hand is glowy there. Right? Sends him back, and then this is the thing that sends him careening into the wall in the background. And you can see the time code, hopefully, but if you can't, it's at like 1 hour, 35 minutes-ish into the movie. Blasts him back. And then this is the part where he says, like, he got me in one shot. Okay, so that Tensegan cloak, I think that's what it is, right? Winds up getting it taken off. And, yeah, you got me with one punch. So that's where he says, you got me with one punch. Now, notice, though, he does strip the cloak off of Tonari, but Tonari himself isn't wounded, right? He's not completely done for. He's defeated, but it doesn't seem like he's completely taken out of the fight. So if he could continue to mold more chakra or recover, he could potentially keep fighting. I'm speculating. Anyway.
He wanted to feel it.
What? Why are we back? Oh, because it reset to where we were before. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so let's just finish this up here. Let's see how he presents all this.
Shown to have creation capabilities like them and appear to utilize his maximum power to try and destroy Naruto.
So Naruto there, we've established he's using Sage mode. He's just concentrating all of his Sage chakra onto his fist.
Naruto quite literally, without Sage mode on, one-shot him. Not only this, but in the jump bonus ninjutsu directory.
Okay, yeah, and so that's the thing too about like Tonari being the strongest. Is it, what does he mean, or what does that mean by being the strongest, right? Like Tonari has does that mean that so Tonari has the ability to move the moon, and the moon crashes into the earth, right? But he's not using that force to clash with Naruto here. He's using his golden wheel explosion, which, hang on, I want to make sure I get that name right. Golden wheel explosion. Tonari? Yeah, okay, I almost got it right. Golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Golden wheel, okay. So he's using golden wheel reincarnation explosion, but the maximum AP that we've seen demonstrated by golden wheel reincarnation explosion has been cutting that hollow moon along the middle and cutting it in half. Does that, like, just honestly speaking, does that attack itself actually translate to like Kaguya's eternal truth seeking orb, or even something like the Ten Tails cataclysm? Like, what is the calc for that actual moon slicing ability? How strong is it literally? Because the AP that Naruto is, oh yeah, I think I tried to do this calc before, right? Being like, the AP here is Tonari's golden wheel reincarnation explosion is only equivalent to at max like 0.12% planetary, and then Naruto manages to clash with that and overpower it with his punch. And so the amount of force that's behind Naruto's punch at the time is equivalent at max to 0.12% planetary plus whatever kinetic energy was transferred to the environment in the form of the craters and also to the wall behind to the impact to the wall that Toneri hit. So how does all of that force actually compare to stuff like, Noodles arguing that the Ten Tails is, or the individual Biju, for example, have multi-continental attacks, let alone the Ten Tails or whatever, right? Like, does Toneri actually demonstrably scale to the Ten Tails Biju bombs, as an example? I don't know, maybe he does, but I think in order to demonstrate that, you'd have to look at like the amount of force he uses to move the moon. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion just doesn't have great feats on that level. It's great for like, I don't know, early Shippuden or whatever. It's impressive when stacked up against Pain, but I don't know if it's I don't know if it's Kaguya level. I don't think that shit's doing anything to Kaguya, really. Targa says, I love the anime punches where characters stay in one spot while the ground breaks and then people go flying. Yeah, it's so cool. I love just how many like hold frames there are, like how many frames there are of the characters just like kind of being in place for a second while the kinetic energy and the tension builds up, and then there's like a massive explosion. It's not of like heat, but an explosion of motion.
Without Sage Mode on, one-shot him. Not only this, but in the jump bonus ninjutsu directory on page 701.
I mean, again, like, cool. I don't know what this is. Jump bonus ninjutsu directory. Is this something that should be considered equally on the same page as like a databook statement? And if so, like, how do we know it's hyperbolic or not?
It says many useful things. The first being that Sasuke and Naruto's majestic attire Susanoo is the strongest offensive, defensive, and ninjutsu.
That sentence phrasing doesn't really make sense. How can something be the strongest offensive and defensive and ninjutsu? That doesn't grammatically, that doesn't really make any sense. But it says here, again, he's like, I guess, not capable of reading what's on screen. It says producing a god of war with the strongest offense and defense. So right off the bat, we should probably not take this literally, because the Susanoo is not literally a god of war. It's not actually a deity. It's a poetic description of it. It says it's the strongest ninjutsu which allows Susanoo to be equipped onto Kurama. Okay, I don't know that we should take this at face value. It could actually be the case that Naruto and Sasuke's majestic attire Susanoo could actually be the strongest single ninjutsu in the series. Maybe that might be the case, but how does it go up against like a ETSO, right? I don't know. I don't know that it would necessarily beat that. What else do we have earlier than this?
It says many useful things.
Okay. Bonus ninjutsu. Oh, I see. It's a translation of this. Bonus ninjutsu directory pages from the September issue of Saikyo Jump. Okay. Scans were provided. Okay. Thank you. Is that so hard? Like, thank you for actually providing a link to the people who did the translations. That's not... I'm glad that he can actually do this on occasion. It at least establishes that he's capable of doing so. It's a little disconcerting just how quickly he brings it up
The first, in the jump
and then
bonus
immediately hides it,
on page 701,
the credit,
many useful things. The first,
so fast. But at least we can see it on the screen for a second.
It says many useful things.
And we get the page number and everything, so he can do it. That's good. Saria says, wait, is this from the weird cards in universe for Boruto, or is this something else? I don't know. He referred to it as a ninjutsu directory. I think this is something that's, it says it's in the issue of Saikyo Jump, which I'm guessing is like a weekly like Shonen Jump style thing, and they just provided like a collection of jutsu with their names and descriptions. So I'm just scanning through this real quick. Bichu Dama. The spelling is a little weird, but whatever. It's a deadly ninjutsu caused by enormous tailed beasts. Okay, well, here you go. Like, Bijudama Tailed Beast Ball. It's a deadly ninjutsu caused by an enormous tailed beast. It apostrophe S power can even blow up the earth. So again, like, this is claiming that a tailed beast ball, a Bijudama, is planetary. Should we really take that at face value? Or should we maybe be a little skeptical towards this statement and look to see what the actual like AP and DC calc for this ability is in the world? Like, which specific Bijudama are we referring to here? I guess I'm sorry for keeping to go back. I guess it's referring to this, right? So it's claiming that this like Sage mode Kurama's Bichudama is planetary, but do we actually have any calcs to demonstrate that to be the case, or should we be a little skeptical of this?
Jutsu directory on page 701, it says many useful things.
Okay. I think you might be right though, Saria, because like, yeah, because it legend. This looks like it's this looks like the descriptions of those in-universe cards, like the trading cards. You're right. The formatting over here is a little bit different, but it does seem like it. Like these are the legendary cards, right? Okay. So Uchiha Sasuke is referred to as the strongest shinobi, but is he actually, or is Naruto stronger? Involves secret intel. Pierces the enemy. Sasuke can train this deadly ninjutsu. Yeah. So, at least at first glance, I would be skeptical of using this stuff at face value.
The first being that Sasuke and Naruto's majestic attire Susanoo is the strongest offensive, defensive, and ninjutsu.
Yeah, that sentence doesn't make any sense because the comma and there makes it sound like he's saying the Susanoo is the strongest offensive. Also, the Susanoo is the strongest defensive. Out of all things that are a defensive, the Susanoo is the strongest defensive, right? It's doesn't quite work there. I know what he's saying, but yeah.
In existence. This would scale above Toneri and Madara as well. Not only this, but later on down the page, it even says that Sasuke's Rinnegan transcends.
Okay, it transcends dimensions. It's the strongest dojutsu connecting spaces with other spaces. He can substitute himself or swap places with other objects. Yeah, I think this is kind of like what you were just saying about the transcends time and space thing, Saria.
Transcends dimensions, and that it is simply the most powerful dojutsu.
Well, it says it's the strongest dojutsu, sure.
Which means that Sasuke's Rinnegan directly scales above any dojutsu-related ability in the series, which includes Kaguya creating her realms and Madara's Infinite Tsukuyomi.
Yeah, that doesn't really match up with what we see in the series, though, so that just kind of further reinforces the idea that this page is just incorrect. Because what is it about Sasuke's Rinnegan here that makes it the strongest dojutsu? I mean, think about it, right? It seems like what he's doing, the things that are being described here are his ability to connect with other spaces, which is like using the resonance of his eye to open up portals like Obito does, like connecting to Kaguya's spaces and stuff like that. And then the second thing is he can substitute himself or swap places with other objects. So that's the Ame no Tejikara, right? So the connecting spaces with other spaces, Sasuke factually can't do that as well as Kaguya can. Kaguya can just like summon or teleport to, or whatever you want to call it, multiple dimension, like to between all of her different dimensions at will. Apparently it costs a lot of chakra, but she can just do it freely without even flinching. It just seems like she decides to be in another dimension, decides for everybody to come with her to that dimension or whatnot, and she's able to do that. And that's separate from like the, how is it pronounced? Yomotsu Hirasaka, the ability where she creates black portals to kind of go in and out through the dimensions, right? She's able to do like to send her like bone ash, the destroyer bones. Fuck, I forget what those are called, but like her bone projectiles through those portals as well. Her dojutsu is capable of casting the Infinite Tsukuyomi, right? Because she has the Rine Tomoe Sharingan, Rine Sharingan. She also has the Byakugan, which she can like use to do all of the crazy Byakugan shit. So no, I don't think that just because Sasuke has the ability to use Ame no Tejikara to transport himself, swap places with something that's within, I don't know, 50 feet of him, and also he can like very slowly get himself into Otsutsuki dimensions at the cost of fatiguing his eye, that means that he's anywhere near Kaguya's level in terms of her overall ability to get between spaces. Also, like, I don't know if Shin and Jigen were characters that have been introduced at this point in the story, but I mean, Ishiki's like Shinjutsu, I always get the name wrong, but like the Sukuna Hikuna and the Daikokuten, where he can like shrink down any object and then re-expand it at will, and then he can put things in a dimension where no time flows. You're seriously going to tell me that like Sasuke being able to trade places with Sakura's vest, or even with Momoshiki during their clash in the movie, is better than Sukuna Hikuna and Daikokuten, or that it's better than like the Senrigan, or that it's better than the Rine Tomoe Sharingan that Kaguya has. I don't think so at all. I don't think this makes any sense, and I think that if anything, this should just undermine the credibility of everything else that's on this page. Saria says, if this is the Boruto in-universe cards, then Orochimaru is the strongest Sasuke. Jesus, given Rinnegan Uchiha. Yeah, I mean, I think it might be, and that would be actually pretty funny if it were the case. But he's called he's referred to as the strongest shinobi. Okay, so someone called him the strongest, therefore he is. You know, we have to take that at face value. We can't question it.
Dojutsu, which means that Sasuke's Rinnegan directly scales above any Dojutsu-related ability in the series, which includes Kaguya creating her realms and Madara's Infinite Tsukuyomi, to prove that.
Also, I don't know. Technically speaking, I don't know if Kaguya actually created her realms. I like that he says realms instead of universes. Using Dojutsu, because I think she created them using. Well, I guess it's debatable, right? Because she probably. No, the Eternal Truth, Expansive Truth Seeker Orb is not a Dojutsu-based ability. So, she can swap between them using Ameno Minaka, which is a Dojutsu. Ameno Minaka is more impressive to me than Ameno Tejikara. But the actual creation of the spaces is not a Dojutsu-based thing.
Both Naruto and Sasuke transcend all of the dimensions that have been created at this point in time.
And what does that even mean, that they transcend all of the dimensions? Like, I don't understand how that's supposed to be relevant, especially since, like, Shibai is clearly implied to be above, like, anybody in Boruto, even going up to, like, Two Blue Vortex, and he's a god, and he was able to transcend dimensions, but it took him millennia of consuming, like, countless planets to be able to get there. So I'm sorry, how exactly are Naruto and Sasuke on the level of Shibai?
And are the most powerful beings to have ever existed.
I'm sorry, Naruto and Sasuke are stronger than Shibai.
It also scales to the likes of Jigen.
I just want to replay that for everybody to hear that.
That both Naruto and Sasuke transcend all of the dimensions that have been created at this point in time, and are the most powerful beings to have ever existed.
So Naruto and Sasuke, who like barely kept up with or like who did keep up with Momoshiki, but then got their asses kicked by other lower tier Otsutsuki members before Ishiki had even fully come back, are the strongest characters in existence. Naruto, who have ever existed. I'm sorry, Naruto, who got his ass locked in a kiln and was guarded by Boro. Naruto, who had to use Baryon mode to stand up to an incomplete Ishiki, like I only have like 10 minutes left to live or whatever Ishiki. That version of Naruto is is one of the two strongest things to have ever existed. More powerful than fucking Shibai. Yeah, he's still calling it Tsukiyomi. Yeah, you're right, bro. Welcome back. Or getting to the end here.
This also scales to the likes of Jigen and Ishiki as well, considering he is actually stronger than Naruto and Sasuke later.
What the fuck?
Point in time, and are the most powerful beings to have ever existed. This also scales to the likes of Jigen and Ishiki as well, considering he is actually stronger than Naruto and Sasuke later.
Well, how the fuck does that make any sense? He's saying that Naruto and Sasuke are the strongest characters who have ever existed, but Jigen is stronger than them later, so that would still scale them. What the fuck? So Jigen is stronger than they are later, but earlier they are said to have the strongest, like Sasuke is said to have the strongest dojutsu in existence. So because that was said about him earlier, then that means that even characters that come later that kick the shit out of them and totally humble them, they are actually stronger than those characters, even though they are like near death and mortally wounded, and like Naruto's using Baryon mode and all the implications of that, and like nearly losing his like son and adoptive son, his two sons. He's actually technically stronger than them. He's like the strongest thing that's ever been created. How fucking stupid. That's so fucked up. because we have a statement in this piece of promotional material that Sasuke's dojutsu is the strongest that there's ever been, every subsequent character in the series, no matter how strong they are, no matter how badly they defeat Naruto, even if they like one-shot Naruto and Sasuke at the same time, they're technically weaker than them, and Naruto and Sasuke must have just been like nerfed or debuffed, like nerfed or something, right? Because Sasuke at this point in time was the strongest thing that's ever existed, along with Naruto. So if they get beaten later, they're just debuffed. Jesus Christ. Konakun says, does Shibai even have done anything? Shibai, all we know about him is that he's like a legend, but a legend that apparently Momoshiki seems to validate. The idea being that he traveled around the universe for millennia, harvesting the chakra fruit of many planets, and hundreds or possibly even thousands of planets. And in doing so, he incorporated the chakra and the life force, I should say, the energy and the genetic information of those planets, and he used that to be able to, and then he underwent karma regeneration many times, and eventually he said, like, okay, well, fuck this, I don't need a physical body anymore, it'll just require regeneration. So he left his physical body behind and quote unquote like transcended to another dimension. So nobody knows exactly where he went, but Momoshiki agrees that he's not on this plane anymore, and Amado, says that his hypothesis is that he maybe moved to a different spatial dimension where he doesn't need to, or at least a different form of existence where he doesn't need a physical body. So it could be something like Hagoromo existing as chakra, but presumably something a bit more advanced than that. As in terms of feats, no, but his body, his cells were used to give like other characters Shinjutsu, and Shinjutsu are some of the strongest things that have been seen in the story so far, like omnipotence and which is not literally omnipotent, by the way, but omnipotence and the Senrigan, clairvoyance, and stuff like Damon's reflection and the claw marks, and Ishiki's cubes. Daikokuten, I think, is also another one. Sukuna Hikuna, I think. So all those like super hacks, super high utility, high potential abilities are all coming from like tiny fragments of Shibai's corpse, let alone from his chakra. So I think the idea is that, yeah, he's probably like vastly superior to anybody in the series that we've seen so far. I mean, like, look at how strong Kaguya got just from devouring, like how much stronger she got just from devouring the chakra that was just from that part of the battlefield that they were on. Or even if we assume that she devoured chakra from everybody in the entire planet, it wasn't enough to totally kill them. But she still got a massive power boost despite that. So imagine if she did that hundreds or thousands of times, like what she would become, right? It's that sort of thing. Saria says it's like saying they transcend Kamui's dimension. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they hopped out of Kamui, and so they transcended the dimension. Like the 3D beings, 3 dimensions aren't higher spatial dimensions. There's nothing to transcend. Yes, exactly. And thank you for helping me better understand that too, by the way. Kona says because as far as I know, Shibai's featless. Yeah, so for all we know, Shibai could literally just be a total legend, totally made up, right? And Amado is lying, or his hypothesis is incorrect or something. His true nature hasn't been revealed to us. I'm just assuming that the legend or the hypothesis that Amado has, and that the like tacit confirmation from Momoshiki, I'm assuming for the sake of this conversation that they are correct. But I mean, I wouldn't take it at face value until we actually see him show up or have some more information.
So to answer the question, truly, how powerful is Naruto? The answer is, he's beyond the multiverse. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
I did not. I also don't really know what that's supposed to mean. I mean, like, so the idea is, oh wait, we're missing some very important context. Okay. So I'm going to skip this because this is just outros and credits. At least he does actually give credit to his editors and to some other people that he worked with, so that's great. There's one other thing that we need to go over with real quick, and that was the whole purpose of the thumbnail of this video. Somewhere around here, and then we can wrap this up. I think we'll be done.
Gone. But I believe that the limited Tsukuyomi is a genjutsu.
We talked about that last time.
Beyond the non-physical. What does this have to do with Multiversal Naruto?
Here we go.
Well, what I'm suggesting this means is that when Madara casts the Infinite Tsukuyomi on the world and all,
We said Tsukiyomi is getting closer.
all of its inhabitants, including even creatures.
Okay, let's take a look at this and then go back. So, Infinite Tsukuyomi, Tsukuyomi is cast. It starts to affect people, and we do see these two cats have the Rinnegan pattern appear in their eyes.
Cast the Infinite Tsukuyomi on the world and all of its inhabitants, including even creatures like cats and dogs.
I'm gonna be an asshole and say, well, technically we only see it be cast on cats, but but no, I assume it works on other mammals as well.
This would prove that the Infinite Tsukuyomi is creating billions of physical parallel universes for the humans alone.
Okay, so Noodles is assuming that the Infinite Tsukuyomi gets cast on the entire world, which is probably the case, and that it gets cast on the on every single human, and because it creates literal physical universes, it is creating billions of universes inside the heads of every single person on the planet. So when Madara casts this jutsu, he is outputting the equivalent energy value of billions of times of our known universe.
And when including the animals, potentially quintillions of alternate dimensions.
Okay, so I wanna go back and just play that one more time.
Tsukuyomi is creating billions.
No, let's hear it all.
Cast the Infinite Tsukuyomi on the world and all of its inhabitants, including even creatures like cats and dogs. This would prove that the Infinite Tsukuyomi is creating billions of physical parallel universes for the humans alone, and when including the animals, potentially quintillions of alternate dimensions.
Okay, so before I could just end the stream right there and just let that like simmer, but I was curious about something, about where he was getting that number, because of course he doesn't provide any kind of statistic as to where this quintillions is coming from. So what was the other day? What did I look at the other day? 1 second. How many animals are there on the Earth? Okay. So it's estimated that there are between 1.2 million and 8.7 animal species. Okay, so if I Google how many animals there are on the Earth, the first thing that comes up says that figure has, the first thing that comes up that's not AI is somewhere between 20 quintillion or 20 billion. Okay. Now, I think, I'm trying to figure out where they were. One of the things that you need to keep in mind, though, is that this figure includes plants and fungi as well as animals, right? So, of all the species that are being considered and evaluated in this statement, right? It's also considering like mushrooms and shit, basically. Let's see, how many individual animals are in the world? Okay. Shit, I had this page. I should have saved it the other day. But okay, so I will just, because we're running out of time here, I will, okay, here we go. List of organisms by population, right? Let's see. Okay, I'm getting a little off topic here. I'm kicking myself now that I don't have the actual figure with me. But basically, one last thing. How many, what percentage? Oh yeah, here we go. This is the thing. Okay. All right, so here we go. So of all of the potentially quintillions of individual animals are on the face of the planet right now, including the ocean, only 3% of the animals are vertebrates. If you're not familiar with that term, a vertebrate is an animal with a spine. So let's take a look at some of these very helpful little pictures, right? So 39% are reptiles. I don't know if this is 100% correct here. Oh, these are the different types of vertebrates, right? So all amphibians, all mammals, birds, reptiles, etc. are all just a tiny part of the species alive on the planet. Mammals themselves, it looks like, if this is correct, I don't know, I'd have to actually check this out, see if it's accurate, I don't know. But mammals might only take up 8% of the 3% of animals that have spines, right? So, granted, I'm not a mathematician. I don't have all of the data here to explain to you all the different animal types on Earth right now. Obviously, I'm just like kind of combing through while I'm live on stream and, multitasking and stuff like that. I would encourage you to take nothing that I'm saying at face value. Please, on your own, go and look up and see how many animals are vertebrates and not. And then go back here and evaluate this claim that Madara created quintillions of universes because he was casting it on quintillions of animals, and then understand that only probably 3% of those animals even had spines, let alone the capability of having complex enough cognitive processes and sentience to be able to receive, so to speak, a genjutsu world. Keeping in mind that the purpose of a genjutsu world is to instill a sense of fulfillment of desire onto someone. So what exactly are the universes of those cats and dogs looking like? Do they just get to like chew on bones and chase squirrels all day? Do the cats just get to like lay around in the sun all day? That's a happy thought. I really do like that quite a bit. But think of it in terms of just like energy output and like logically speaking. Madara, the person who is consumed with like hatred and resentment and cynicism, wants to put the world into an eternal slumber so that he can help people escape from the cruelty of this world. Do you think he's really like hanging out up there being like, well, shit, I gotta make sure that like all the cats have like little pastures to run around in. Gotta make sure like all the emus have whatever fucking food they eat and that they have pleasant emu related dreams, because there are like ninja ostriches, right? So we gotta make sure that the ostriches are all taken care of. Fuck, the Uchiha have cats too. Okay, gotta make sure they all get their cat related dreams. And going through and tailor making like quintillions of like all the fish, okay? You gotta go through like all the trilobites and all the plankton and all the copepods and all the like, all the mushrooms, and just make sure every single one of them has their own bespoke, individual, unique, personalized dream that they can use. Now, you could say, hey, the Infinite Tsukuyomi just is like a blank slate, and it reflects the desires of anybody who it gets cast on. So Madara doesn't have to design 5 quintillion dreams or whatever. He just has to cast it on the moon, and then the people will come up with their own idealized dreams, and that's it, right? And I think that is how it works. The problem is that Noodles has also described how Obito, like one of his key points is that Obito in the Road to Ninja movie winds up creating a universe with the crystal ball thing, and when he does so by first studying the shinobi in Konoha and Naruto and his friends, and then creating a copy based on what he's seen. So our precedents for a bespoke, unique physical world being created, or let me rephrase that, the data that we've been given to suggest that characters are capable of creating physical, real universes comes from Obito. The way that he created it was by studying Konoha and creating a universe that was specifically designed to mess with Naruto based on his desires. And Sakura got wrapped up in it too and changed it a little bit as well. So yes, that would mean that for Madara to be doing what Obito did, he would have to have, like, I guess, put himself in his own Tsukuyomi for a few billion years while he came up with all of these like bespoke dreams for, or maybe not billion years, but you know what I mean, like for a long time, while he designed all these bespoke dreams, programmed them into the fucking moon, and then been like, okay, you got to make sure that the fish are happy, okay, and the plankton too, they can be ornery little fuckers, you got to make sure that they're well taken care of. And then the sheep, like, honestly, they're pretty fucking stupid, so don't worry too much about that, right? And I really, really like that. I really wish that were the case. I love the idea of Madara basically like giving up all of his hatred and rage and deciding to just like design perfect dreams for people. I don't think that's what happened though, unfortunately, as much as I would like that. Okay, catching up on some comments here. The noodles bullshit is real. You said it. Absolute cheeks. Yep, we got there. We finally made it. This is a great note to end on as well. Wait a minute, the moon only covers half the Earth, the other half is covered by the sun. Yeah, I think that the implication is that because it's like a genjutsu enhanced technique, that the light from the moon penetrates through the entire world somehow. It's like pseudo magical. I don't know if we're given a great explanation for it, but yeah, we're led to believe that it does affect everybody on Earth. Sorry, as it says quintillions. Yes, exactly. Oh yeah, exactly. All the ants, Axel. That's true. Thank you for stopping by, Axel. By the way, I saw that you subscribed recently. I really appreciate that. I hope that you're having a good weekend. Yeah, I don't mean to be like too shitty about any of this stuff, but yeah, man. Every single ant and every single fungus, because he's not making a distinction between vertebrates and invertebrates. So, like, technically speaking, the 20 quintillion figure was including invertebrates. And so, like, maybe bacteria as well. Like, maybe viruses. Like, viruses get their own genes. It's, I don't know. Honestly, like, if he had said, like, there are sentient ninja frogs, dogs, and cats, and so we can assume that, like, there are populations of intelligent animals, and those intelligent animals would be wrapped up in the genjutsu. Here is an estimate of how many, like, frogs there are in our universe. Like, here are the species that we've seen, right? We've seen dogs, frogs, cats. Maybe we can just say all mammals and all, like, and snakes as well, like snakes and slugs, right? So maybe, you know, like, what's her name? Katsuyu provides some actual evidence for the fact that invertebrates might actually be intelligent enough to succumb to this. If Katsuyu had a genjutsu cast on her, assuming that she could be affected by ocular genjutsu, then maybe it could actually work, right? So there is a way, I think, to actually do some math and provide an evidence, like some evidence, like, just for fun. Like what if we just had fun with this? What if we just suggested, for the sake of the argument, that all the animals in the world that are sentient could be affected by this? Here's an estimate that I provided using this math. I actually would like that. I think that'd be really funny. It would be entertaining to kind of go over. What annoys me is just, like, throwing out billions and then throwing out quintillions. Where the fuck did you get that number from? Where does that come from? Like, how is that relevant? Please break it down. Please explain. Please share. Give us something to work with beyond just, like, saying big number with big bold text. Anyway. Saria says, Madara to the random hamster enjoying his day. There would be no winners and losers. Yes. He just goes along and, like, picks up a little sparrow and says, "This reality is cruel. I will save you." It's like, but I'm enjoying this. I just found a worm. Worms are part of the cycle. You must transcend. Loa says Madara is just a big old softy deep down. Yeah, I like that. I think he is. I think he's just misunderstood in his time. Konakun says, don't forget all the bacteria. Yeah, the bacteria in the noodles. Yep. Noodles is the type of guy who eats peas. My god, you're gonna kill me. I was not prepared for that. It's really fucking funny. Not even a fork and a knife, just a fork. Just, like, stabs it in and tries to drag it around. Honestly, like, I don't know if you saw the Suikage versus Noodles debate where he was like, basically implied that pizza and pasta were the same food. That was, that moment, like, became the most unfortunate sort of core memory for me. Okay, I think, you know, we hit the 4-hour mark, and I think we basically went over the major things. There's one other thing I want to mention here, but I think we're going to call it, and it's just a second.
Dogs. This
yeah, it came pretty close too, sorry.
would prove that the Infinite Tsukuyomi is creating billions of physical parallel universes for the humans alone, and when including the animals, potentially quintillions of alternate dimensions. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is
okay, they're alternate dimensions, so not universes. Okay, I can swallow that.
going to be a tough pill to swallow for many of you, but the proof is there. The Infinite Tsukuyomi is simply just making alternate worlds custom to the victims cast under it.
Oh, he does say that. Okay. All right, so he does. I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt, but no, he thinks that Madara literally fucking tailor-made fucking quintillions of universes. Okay, all right. What do I even have to say about that?
Tsukuyomi is simply just making alternate worlds custom to the victims cast under it. The only potential argument I could see people make against this is the fact that they refer to the Infinite Tsukuyomi as a genjutsu, which
Yeah, it is a genjutsu. Like, every iteration and version of the Tsukuyomi is a genjutsu, just factually.
means it isn't real. This would
The genjutsu itself is real, but the world that's created is not. It's a dream.
be valid reasoning if the Izanagi wasn't also referred to as a genjutsu.
Okay, what? I don't know why he's using this phrase referred to as, right? Referred to as. It is a genjutsu. Like, we could say that the, I don't know, the fireball is referred to as a ninjutsu. We could also say that, like, I don't know, the Raikiri is referred to as an offensive ninjutsu. Yeah, it's referred to it that way because what the fuck it is. It's a ninjutsu. Let's read what Danzo is saying. We went over this in the past stream, so I won't spend too much time on it, but Danzo says, an ultimate genjutsu, or this is Obito talking about Danzo, saying, an ultimate genjutsu cast upon oneself that blurs the border between fantasy and reality, right? So if you need a quick refresher, the way that the Izanagi works is that you activate it when you think something shitty is going to happen to yourself, and then once that thing happens, the jutsu is basically invoked, right? It turns on, or however you want to phrase it, and it treats the thing that just happened to you as if it were an illusion. So the way that it's blurring reality and illusion, like fantasy and reality, is that it takes something that was real and it makes it as if it were, as if it had been a dream. Right? It's like, oh, it was all a dream, and then it kind of erases it. But it is a genjutsu that you are casting upon yourself, and essentially it's using the same principles, as I understand it, of the, whatchamacallit, creation of all things, to rewrite your own form and matter, and, like, reforge yourself after something shitty happens to you. And it requires, it's so powerful and such a dramatic thing that it requires that, like, the sacrifice of your eye. You can only do it once, and then that eye used for it is gone. So you're rewriting your own fate. You're rewriting your own, like, terrible thing that happened to you by imagining a different, better version for yourself, essentially. But you're not literally creating, like, an entire new universe. I hope he understands that.
As mentioned earlier, the Izanagi does the exact same thing as I described above. As
So, god damn it. So this is the Izanami and the Izanagi explanation that Itachi refers to. I'm not going to get too deep into this because we are kind of getting a little bit late here. But basically, if you want to read through this chapter, feel free to learn more about it. What happens when you use the Izanagi is that you go to a bad outcome, right? Like, you get stabbed, and then you decide, oh, I don't want that outcome to be the case anymore. So you invoke it, and it reverses the thing that happens to you. And then you have another opportunity to do something. You make another choice in your life that leads to you, like, getting hit by a car, and like, oh shit, that was a bad choice, shouldn't have been drunk. You decide to rewrite it so that you didn't get hit by the car. Now, what this does here, when you decide to, like, not get hit by the car, it doesn't make it so that the car was never there on the street in the first place, or that the person driving the car wasn't there driving the car. It makes it so that, like, all the damage that was done to your body is reverted, and now you are no longer, like, dead from getting hit by a car, right? It's basically, in a sense, it's sort of like a healing jutsu, although I guess you can use it for other things potentially. But the experience that the driver had, that the car had, that the world, you know, if the car then, like, crashed into a building and started a fire or whatever, those things don't disappear. It's just the stuff that happened to you that disappears. You're rewriting the outcome that happened to yourself by changing your body or whatever. So the Izanami then gets you stuck in a cognitive loop until you make peace with yourself and stop doing stupid things that get you into these stupid situations, and stop, like, acting like a bum and constantly trying to rewrite your mistakes, and instead, like, accept them and just make better choices. Like, that's how this works. Okay? Saria says, it's referred to as a genjutsu. The characters call it a genjutsu. The data books are using call it a genjutsu. The anime calls it a genjutsu. The Road to Ninja does. The games do. It is one. Yes, exactly. 100%. It's kind of like saying, I don't know, an apple is referred to as a fruit, you know, but, like, fuck, it is a fruit. Yes, that's why we refer to it that way, because that's what it is. Konokun says, anything harmful to the user, damage or death can be rewritten. Damage or death, that's it. Yeah, I don't think, like, I don't even think like emotional damage can be reverted by it, right? Like if somebody insults you, it makes you feel bad, and then you can't use the Izanagi to like make yourself feel better. You'll still remember what the person said to you. So yeah, it's just like essentially a damage negation healing technique in a weird way. Izanagi is just a factory reset jutsu. Yes, I like that description a lot.
It creates branching realities and alters fate itself.
Okay, so I think we've established this well enough that I don't need to dive into this, but that is not how it works. It's never once stated in the data books to literally create different fates. You're altering your own fate in a hyperbolic sense or in a poetic sense because, you know, you were up until this point fated to get hit by a car, but really it was a result of your own decisions that got you into that position in the first place. And so it's giving you another chance, essentially. It's a reset. It's like a one-up, right?
Did not survive without reason. The Izanagi managed to rewrite the entire world, creating an alternate reality to avoid his death, and Madara did the exact same thing when he fought Hashirama.
Neither of those two things are true. They just turned on the Izanagi, and then they were able to rewrite the damage that was done to themselves. In a very grandiose, like, philosophical sense, you could, I guess, phrase it that way, that they were rewriting reality, but it's not, that isn't what actually happened. It'd be like me saying, tried to come up with an example the other day, what was it? That, like, let's say I took a test, right, and I was pretty sure that I got this answer correct, and then I was walking home and I realized, oh shit, I actually got that answer wrong. So I used like a psychic power and I changed the answer on the test from a distance, right? Like I changed, I replaced the paper in my teacher's binder or whatever desk with a version of the paper that had the correct answer. And I did this telekinetically from a distance, right? Now, if I had not done that, I would be in a reality where I failed the test. But if I do that, I will now be in a reality where I passed the test. So I changed reality and I rewrote reality to make myself like pass the test. That is one way of phrasing what happened that is very grandiose and very poetic. But and you could say that I changed my fate because, you know, if I hadn't have done that, then I might not have gotten into college. I might not have met the person I fell in love with in college, et cetera, et cetera. The rest of my life would have been drastically different. That one choice changed my fate. But does that mean that, like, when I use that telekinetic ability, I literally rewrote the fabric of reality and manipulated a universe-level amount of substrate and energy in order to change the entire world around me such that only one tiny variable would change? Think about the practical reality of that. If Danzo actually did have the ability to rewrite the entire world, just rewrite it so fucking Sasuke is not there anymore. Or that he's just like a cute little puppy. Or I don't know, like that Danzo like rewrite reality so he himself gives himself a Susanoo that he can use. Rewrite his own body such that his own body is full of Hashirama cells that he can handle perfectly. Make himself a Senju, so that he can just, with EMS, like, make himself an Otsutsuki, whatever the fuck. Like, if he can actually rewrite reality and change his fate, then he is, like, the worst possible user of that technique, because all he's doing is he's using it as, like, one-ups.
Taking into account that the statement I mentioned earlier about the creation of all things being capable of turning imagination into reality, and the Izanagi being the practical application of the creation of all things, this further supports the idea that these characters can create real dimensions with their minds and genjutsu.
Okay, I think we've covered everything, because right now it starts... Oh, there's one other thing, sorry.
Considering Kaguya literally does the exact same thing when fighting...
And she doesn't do the exact same thing. She uses a different technique.
Naruto and Sasuke, I don't know how much farther you would have to stretch in order to deny that these characters are creating real dimensions.
Yeah, that was the last thing I wanted to mention, is that and I'm going to get away from this fucking logo. The last thing I wanted to mention is just that, like, there was a couple of statements like that. I don't know how much farther you would have to stretch to deny this, you know, and there was another one that he said somewhere around here, I don't remember, but part of the reason why I want to have this discussion is, you know, like I said before, even if I wind up being 100% wrong about everything here, I still hope that these videos will serve as a useful compilation of information, and you can still use them. At the very worst, you can use them as a source of, like, well, here are all the mistakes to not make in the future. And if I can do that and feel like I've encouraged you to pursue the knowledge on your own, then I feel like I've done something valuable. What I hate, more so than any, hate is too strong a word. I shouldn't be like Madara. But what I find very, very frustrating and unfortunate, more so than any individual error or misunderstanding or misquote or whatever, is this kind of shitty attitude of, I've presented my evidence. If you disagree with me, there's no way you can disagree with me unless you're stretching or you're reaching or you're coping or you're just denying it or you're being reactionary, etc., with the mounting aggression and the tension in the voice that you couldn't possibly deny. It's impossible to deny that Madara put universes in trillions of fish. It's like, okay, all right. I really don't like the language that tries to discourage, manipulate, badger, bully other people into thinking that they're not allowed to have a fucking opinion, right? I don't like that very much. So let me just reiterate that to anybody who happens to be listening. Whether or not you agree with everything I said, disagree with everything I said, or either of those two things regarding Noodles video or any other video that you see out there, you are allowed and indeed encouraged to pursue your own line of inquiry and thinking. And if you come up with something that's completely different, you should share that. You should contribute to the conversation. You should actually feel like you're allowed to participate, basically, because you're not going to do any worse than this. Be pretty hard pressed. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to retract my statement before. There is actually a dog that we see getting the jutsu cast on, so it's not just cats. I lied. I've been exposed. Okay, so seeing as it's going on for over 4 hours, and I need to actually eat something and stop coughing, I think I'm going to call it a night. I'll check the chat real quick, and then probably wrap it up. Saria says, Sasuke and Danzo creating a bunch of timelines just to kill him multiple times. Yeah, exactly. Just to kind of go through that over and over and over again. Well, I thought about that, what was that with the Tsukuyomi from before? Oh, yeah, okay, I lied. There's one other thing I want to talk about with regards to Obito. So, Obito in the movie Road to Ninja, what he does is he creates... somehow he manages to get into Konoha and use the power of the seven-tailed beast inside the Ghetto statue to create a limited Tsukuyomi on Naruto and Sakura. I don't know how he did that. Because he doesn't bring the Geromazo with him, as far as we know. He doesn't have the 7 Biju with him, as far as we know. My best guess is that he just, shoved the Geromazo into the fucking Kamui dimension, and that he can, yank some of its chakra out from the Kamui dimension, I guess while he is also simultaneously casting the limited Tsukuyomi or something. We're never really told how it works, so that's weird. But Obito's goal, it's 2 parts. One is to just test the Tsukuyomi out, the limited Tsukuyomi, to see how it works. Just fuck around with it and prepare for the infinite Tsukuyomi. So you could just throw away everything I'm about to say by saying that it didn't really matter because Obito was just messing around anyway. But the primary goal that he has is to get the 9 tails, which we talked about before. He wants to either lull Naruto into a sense of peace within the dream, or fry his brain and have him be trapped in there in despair, so that he can wear him down and get the 9 tails chakra out of him. Right? In order to do this, he has to go all the way into the village, drag the fucking Ghetto statue with him, use this crystal ball thing, create a universe, so to speak, to put him and Sakura in. Sakura is there, and he doesn't incapacitate her. He's just fuck it, whatever, and puts her in the universe as well, even though he knows that she's gonna manipulate and change it while she's stuck in there. And then he ultimately fails to trick Naruto with the mirror world. And then he goes inside of it himself and tries to fry his memories, and he fails at that too. He does temporarily, but then Naruto recovers. So he just utterly fails at actually getting the 9 tails chakra from Naruto, and then lets Naruto break free of the Genjutsu and gives up and goes home. Now, I want to imagine that Itachi was still on the Akatsuki, and he was working, or in the Akatsuki, he was working for Obito, and let's assume a version of Itachi that was totally loyal. He would just do whatever Obito said. Obito said, okay, I need you to go get the 9 tails chakra. please and thank you, go do it right now. Do you think Itachi would need to get the fucking ghetto statue and like drag it to Konoha and do all of that shit and then fail and then leave? Or do you think Itachi would just walk through the barrier like he did before using the formula, walk right up to Naruto, like wait till he's sleeping and alone or something, smack him on the face, say, hey, wake up, idiot, look into his eyes with the Tsukuyomi, and then just he'd be done. Because going back to part 1, the way that Itachi used the Tsukuyomi on Kakashi like could have died there. He was tortured for 3 days straight. He was totally knocked out and then put into like a coma, basically, right? Like in a hospital for, was it days or weeks, for a very long time. This is a pre-war Naruto who has basically no genjutsu resistance, who's been affected by Itachi's genjutsu previously. Why the fuck does Obito need a 7 Biju and Geromazo enhanced version of the Tsukuyomi just to try to wear down his psyche to get the nine tails out, when Itachi could do it in like an instant to part 1 Kakashi, let alone some kid with no genjutsu resistance? So basically all of this means, and this doesn't mean it's not canon, this doesn't mean that it's not true, right? But what this means is that Obito is really, really stupid and really, really, really bad at the Tsukuyomi. That he's so bad at the Tsukuyomi that he couldn't, even with like 7 of the 9 Biju, he still couldn't come anywhere near Itachi's level with it. So maybe that's just more of a feat for Itachi, I don't know. But it is kind of funny to think of him doing that. The thing is, though, that he seems to think that he can still use the Infinite Tsukuyomi. He is prepared to become the savior in Madara's place, if needs be. So it's just a really weird thing. I feel so bad for Obito. Maybe that's what was getting into his head. Anyway, sorry. Konakun says this was an NC Hammer take because NC Hammer thinks Izanagi can do anything. Oh boy. I've been kind of I haven't like gotten into NC Hammer stuff. I guess I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm fascinated by that. Saria says Madara put universes in trillions of fish. Exactly, not clickbait. It's 100% factual. And I'm glad I got to talk to you today about Madara and fish for 4 hours. Obito is a derp, said it is. He really did try. You can't fault him for at least making an attempt. But anyway, I want to thank everybody. We have somehow managed to get through yet another Noodles video. I think it's been quite a lot of fun. I've learned quite a bit. I actually learned a lot about Boruto. I was motivated to go back and read Boruto and catch up on everything. I feel like I understand the concepts better. I feel like I understand the terms better, have a better understanding of the series. Hopefully y'all also got something out of that as we went through it together. I'm not sure what I'm going to do next, although I am definitely open to suggestions. I think at some point I want to talk about data book statements, and I think at some point I want to talk about light speed arguments in Naruto. I do want to at some point finish the Weeaboo Warrior versus Noodles debate, but I need a break. Like, we've been talking about Noodles for months now, and I think we've kind of established his track record. So I think I'm gonna pivot a little bit, probably take next weekend off, and then come back after having done some more research the weekend after that and talk about the light speed stuff and the data book statement stuff. But of course, I'm open to suggestions. I'll probably do another poll and see what people want to do. I think the 6 debate could still be fun. The 6 swag, Kabuki, and Afro debate. Funny enough, I talked to Afro on stream a couple days ago, and he said something really interesting about that debate. And I think it was actually a little bit sad, but also weirdly inspiring in a way. I said, like, hey, it's been so much fun listening to you to that debate you did over the years. What did you Afro Senju XL is who I'm talking about, who I talked to. When are you going to do another one? And Afro said that debate taught him one thing, and it's that he doesn't like talking to other people about anime. He actually does like having conversations with people about it. He loves the anime itself, and he likes hanging out with friends and talking about it. But that particular kind of debate, that kind of hostile conversation, he didn't have fun, and he doesn't really enjoy it. And it like kind of showed him this other side of interaction, that he just was like, you know what, I'm not going to spend my time with this. This does not make me happy. And I'm going to just like move beyond it. And his channel has exploded over the years. He makes great stuff. It's good quality. Like he's funny and entertaining and stuff. And so, sometimes I think people can get caught up on what they perceive to be a failure or a loss and be like, oh, this person lost a debate or whatever, and therefore they're done for. Let's hold it against them and let's remind them of that failure or whatever. But Afro was just like, yeah, okay, well, that was not fun. I'm gonna do something else, and just like really found his calling, so to speak, and he's been doing fucking awesome. And I don't even think that debate performance was that awful or anything like that, I think it was entertaining, and he made some good points, just didn't quite stick the landing, so to speak. But yeah, so I found that kind of interesting, sad at first, but then kind of inspiring in a different way too. So, Konokun says, will you react to NC Hammers, who is the strongest person in Naruto video? Because in that video can give Noodles video a run for its money. Oh yeah, sure. You're in the Discord, right? Could you send me a link to that just so I have the right one? I think I started watching one, but I wasn't sure that it was correct. So, but anyway, thank you so much for sticking with me, both for the past few months going through this video and for the long ass stream tonight. I always have an amazing time talking with y'all and hearing your opinions and your feedback. The engagement really does make the streams so memorable, and I really appreciate that. I will look forward to seeing you soon. I will be streaming Thursday night to celebrate Elden Ring Night Rain coming out, so expect a long stream as I kind of delve into that. And in the meantime, yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your weekend, start to your week. Good luck with any pending exams, and congratulations, you folks who have passed your exams and are on to better things. Yeah, stop talking now. Good night.